All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Um, yeah, I want to apologize for being late, everyone. Um, sorry. I wish I could say I slept in. I've been laying here hurting, and I just honestly I canceled the first one, the news thing, and thought I'd be starting this on time, but I didn't. Not making any excuses for it. Internet was fine. Um, Power was fine. Just in pain. So, be honest, this is going to be a short stream. I'm sorry for making anyone who um, has wait this long for a short stream. I would like to thank everyone who stopped by yesterday for my second uh, well, second live stream that I had as a birthday stream, and let me go ahead and check the uh, chat in just a moment. Um, really. No, I'm going ahead and putting out that the stream is actually I'll have to talk to you later, Cardinal Sin. I'm curious about something you posted on Twitter. Let's see here. Go to the chat. Cardinal Sin says, "Morning, Captain Trek." Working at 47 Yorktown says, "Greetings from Eastern Canada." Dave G. Sound says, "Morning." Excuse me. Good morning, Brew. People saying hi to each other. Okay. Sorry about being so late. Yeah, sorry. Talking. Okay. Uh, okay, let's see here. Okay, I've got my head solved. Looking at all the chat so far. And now up to 6:18 a.m. where I still haven't started the damn thing. Good morning, Eric Sander, if you're still there. Good morning, BK Dan. Where the hell do I start? Okay, going until there we go. I went live finally. Eric Sander says my ears. Blah blah blah. Okay. How did you break every bone in your lower leg? Damn. That's just out. People talking in chat. It may pass, but right now, I think it'd be better to passed out. So I'm gonna have to be calling my doctor. And the bird's here. He can entertain while I take some.
Hello, world. I don't know what was going on, Kat, but I hope you're okay.
Yeah, just hurting a lot.
I'm sorry to hear.
Which is why the late start.
Yeah, I had the tab open, but it was one of those times where it didn't start playing until I clicked on it. So I know you were late. I don't know how late.
Well,
let's see. 10 minutes. Okay, so I missed 8 minutes, 9 minutes.
I just going through chat. Normally, I don't talk about pain, but yeah, fuck it.
Make it a pain stream if you want. Kapla, Lovely, Sherry, Dave G, Cardinal Sin, Philip Gaming.
Okay, Eric, just for you. I'll go ahead and get my coffee and Bert talk.
Listen to me very carefully because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Well, it's not coffee, but I would say for the first time drank tea yesterday. Now, yes, I've had tea before, and like little bits here and there when I've been especially congested. Mom over would kind of say, have some tea, and I would regrettingly have some tea. But last night, I'd say it was the first night I actually drank an appreciable amount of tea. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to like it. I wouldn't say I liked it, but I didn't hate it for the first time. Maybe I'm coming around. Cardinal Sin says it was 23 minutes. It might have been 23 minutes late, but the StreamYard counter shows he's been live 13 minutes now. So, yeah, that would add up. 13 plus 23. That would get us close to 7 a.m. Eastern. Admiral G is lolling at Arabic. And Arabic said, that did it. Coffee. I'm sorry. That did it. Coffee time. Captain. Cardinal Sin says the worst pain of the day is always the morning. It can be overwhelming. Well, I'd say that's usually true, but there are special circumstances when the worst pain of the day is not the morning.
I would tend to agree. I didn't hear it all, but
especially if you get shot at 5 p.m. in the knees.
no, I'm trying to work through it. It's not easy. I know you're aware of that. I know you deal with more than I do. It's just life. And some days you grab life by the horns, and other days the horns end up puncturing you in the butt.
Now, is this life or is this a bull named Lifey?
Either way works. Although, that would make a good meme. Hadn't seen that one, so somebody who creates memes, go for it. Oh, Twitter. Sorry. Damn. Yeah, get your ass to the hospital.
That's the disturbing reply. Get yourself to the hospital. God only knows what he sent you, but jeez. Yeah, Dan, if it's Captain Trackus to tell you to get to the hospital, you should probably go. But wow.
Well, I'll put it backstage.
You don't have to. It's private between you and him. It's just kind of almost a little funny. Hearing a reply like that without knowing any of the details. Hear Mama Pray in the background.
Yes.
Talking to Charlie. He said earlier he was on his way to the hospital. Thank you, Cardinal. Oh, right. He'll be there soon. Okay. Well, BK Dan, I hope you get well soon. Whatever it is, never fun going to the hospital. I know. Certainly not at a time of pandemic. So I got a call last night, Captain.
Yes.
From an old friend. Someone I haven't spoken to in 4 or 5 years. Someone I used to spend a lot of my time with. Almost, dare say, my best friend for a long time while I could walk. But somebody who kind of disappeared from my life once I went to the hospital. They couldn't take it, which is fine. I never faulted them, but we caught up a little. Supposedly they're going to call back today because we just didn't have time to talk all that much. We'll see. I don't know. If they call back, maybe they really care. If they don't, I just think they were having their own crisis and needed to talk to someone familiar for a while. We'll see. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I just figured to give you a chance to take your mind off your own issues.
I guess we could turn on the light again.
I was good hearing Mama Pray talking to Charlie.
Now, what toys do you want to see?
I don't usually like to be laying down when I'm doing this.
Cap, if it is too much and you need to do this later, that's fine too. Or, whatever. Don't force it for our sakes. We love you when you can stream, but we don't want you, suffering on our behalf.
I guess what you, I don't know.
Well, if you're not sure, I got nothing going on. We hang out. But if the moment comes where you feel you're better off resting alone or whatever, off mic, don't hesitate. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Charlie, you showed me your light. I realized what you did.
If you want me to mute the background,
No,
I will.
no,
Okay.
that's quite all right. It's kind of nice hearing background. But yeah, I actually was feeling fairly good till this morning. So
Yeah, I know those days. Happens.
started at 3 a.m. and always seemed to get worse. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Where's Charlie?
That is so cute. So what is Charlie hiding under?
I have no idea. I can't see. Probably. I mean, what Charlie does is find any place to hide. We found him. I mean, Sisopre, I think I showed the video, found him under the Christmas tree. Felt Christmas tree at one point. That wasn't her decision to put it over him. He had done it first. Then she found him. Then she thought it was cute to cover him again. They found him hiding in the bathroom. They found him hiding behind the couch. Like, Sisopre will look and he'll be gone. And she's like, oh, shit. And she's got to look for him. But not only him, he hides things on her. Like, the last thing he's been hiding on her is her cell phone. So she knows it's around because she has a Bluetooth connector. So she calls us by Bluetooth. And she's like, can you call my phone back? So then we call her phone and she still can't find it. Called it 2-3 times. It turns out there was a door to her basement. And there's like a thin lip underneath that's just thick enough for the cell phone. So Charlie, every time he gets her phone and she turns her head, he pushes it under the door to the basement. And it goes down and down and down to the basement. So Mama Bray remembered that. So last night, when Sisopre called, and after the third time she couldn't find her phone, Mama Bray's like, did you check the basement? There it was. Charlie loves filing things. He files the phone. He files anything you give him. If he can fit it in a hole, he puts it in the hole. And yes, Charlie is a believer. The tip always counts.
Good morning, Jason Price. Good morning, Cardinal Sin. And BK Dan, let me know what you find out, please.
And Dave G says, you had a rockin' stream for your birthday yesterday, Captain. That was a really great time.
Yeah, it was. Thank you. I'm going to take Cardinal Sin's suggestion. So Bird doesn't have to do everything.
What was his suggestion?
Throwing the link out.
Ah,
Okay, you don't want to do
rocking around Captain Track's birthday tree. No, it doesn't. That doesn't work.
That was actually fun. And of course, I got to call Salty a jerk for not showing up for that, and he had to own up to it. So,
Hello there.
hello, Carlson. How are you?
Kapla Cardinal.
Kapla, Bird of Prey 5. I'm well. Thank you. I'm the thing I mentioned earlier about the pain always being worst in the morning, it's that way for me. And I got up at 8 p.m. last night, so for me, the hardest part of the day is actually getting up, because that's when the pain is the worst. So I'm not going to say to Captain Trek, I feel your pain, because I obviously don't. But I'm at a part of my day when my pain is not nearly as bad as it is before I, take all my pain pills. And get some coffee. In any case, salute. Bird, how have you been?
Yeah. Still not particularly good, Cardinal. It's been a rough few months, and still in the blows. I just hope that I get back to where I was March, April, May of this year.
I'll tell you what, I can't believe 2021 is already over. It was like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like the shortest year of my life. Just yesterday we were talking about 2019. Now it's going to be 2022. The future will be here. What do we do? Like my fancy new keyboard. It lights up, it changes colors and everything.
That is a fancy keyboard.
That is definitely a fancy keyboard.
It's a gaming keyboard. It goes with my rig. It changes the same exact colors at the same time. And my RAM changes colors. And so does the big fan on top of the CPU. So it's like all matches together.
It's always fun.
Sorry, I could only do that for so long. And whoever might actually speak something like that, please accept my apologies. I didn't mean it. I did not mean to make fun of anyone that might actually speak that way. Okay, yes, I did actually mean to make fun of people that speak that way, but it wasn't the people that speak that way, it was the speaking that I thought was funny. I'm going to shut up now. If
Oh God, that hurt. But hey, he needs that.
I'll tell you what, Captain. It sounds great to hear you laugh.
Yeah, it does.
Laughter really is the best medicine. After pain pills.
Yeah, well, as soon as those pain pills kick in, it'll be nice, but that'll be a while.
I remember once, Captain, I was in my car in line for the drive-through pharmacy that I went to, and I started, when the window was closed and they were getting my orders together, I started to feel the beginnings of sciatica. You can kind of feel it coming on, and I knew that, exactly the route that I was going to take. As soon as I got out of there, I was going to, get onto 6th Street and take the little drop down to 2nd Street that most people don't know about or use, and go straight to the hospital. And the whole time that they were getting my order ready, I was just like quivering. I was just like, I know this is going to be bad. I know this is going to be bad. And I could not get out of there fast enough. And I did end up having sciatica, but thank God I was in an emergency room when that happened.
Oh, God.
But yeah, I've got neurological back pain, and it's not musculoskeletal, so there's nothing they can do for it. I went to the surgeon after years of saying, I'm too young to cut on. Don't cut on me, doc. Well, now I'm like, cut on me already, And the surgeon said no. And I'm like, why? And he said, there's nothing for me to remove. I mean, I can see where your nerve is jammed up against your disc, but I can't cut anything out. There's nothing to remove. The rest of your back is healthy, other than the fact that it's shot through with our arthritis. So I considered getting a second opinion, but not for very long, because I understood that he was right. So in my situation, I take my pain pills and I lay in bed for half an hour. And sometimes that half an hour turns into a whole day, and sometimes as many as 3 days, which happened last week. It really sucks. But, Captain, I would, again, recommend to you Andy Masterson's Tai Chi and Kung Fu page. He has 3 different videos that he's made that are short, that show you short, easy movements you can make to, get your body and your posture correct, and that takes a load off your bones, and he shows you different ways to strengthen, core muscles that it doesn't require a lot of aerobic activity, just repetition. You can do it in bed. I've done it in bed, that's what she said. But no. But honestly, when I did shuffle off the roof of where I live, it's just a story. After I broke every bone in the lower left leg of my body, I couldn't think of very much except yeah, that was the worst pain of my life. I mean, there's pain and then there's pain, right?
Yeah. I have had a interesting experience. Let's just say my foot was literally on fire, and it actually didn't hurt as much until the fire was out.
How long was the fire? How long before the fire was extinguished?
Well, let's put it this way. My foot was in a burning pillow because of some problems. And no, it wasn't smoking or anything stupid like, well, it was stupid, but not smoking. Um, and so, yeah.
So, did you say your foot was in a pillow that was on fire?
Yep. I had moved it off of my bed onto the floor because I didn't realize that the bed was already, yeah. So then I jumped out of bed to go get water. In doing so, I stepped in the burning pillow. Yeah. So that permanent nerve damage.
Did you make it to the bathroom to get water on your foot?
Oh, I was getting water for the bed.
For the bed? Oh, I see.
Yeah. I was, so that I...
Putting out the fire.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I told my mom about it. We got fortunately, the amount of water I put on kept the fire down until we got the...
So you were a one-man fireman line. What about your burn? What about your foot?
The adrenaline was flowing so hard.
Oh, you weren't. I see. Yeah.
I didn't feel it until after I was outside with the again burning mattress, and then start to relax and going, why the fuck does my foot hurt?
Yeah.
So yeah.
When pain is the only thing you can think about, it's the only thing you can think about. I mean, it's interesting that you were able to be in shock or whatever enough to be able to not feel the burn as it was, necrotizing the tissue of your leg.
I did what needed to be done.
Yeah.
That's something that's,
You took action. You're a man of action.
I mean, I've had other situations where, yes, after the fact, it's like, holy fuck, what just happened? But at the time, it's just like, okay, I got to deal with this now. And then I can panic and get whatever. But now this needs to be done.
Well, good on you, I'm not sure in that same situation I would have been as focused on the situation as I would be focused on my own situation. I mean, I'll never know because I won't ever go through what you went through, but it seems to me, just because of the kind of person I am, that I would put out my leg first and then go put out the rest of the fire. But like I said, you never know until you're in that situation. So,
well, when you're talking about the possibility of losing the entire house,
yeah,
or being in pain, yeah, sorry. Other people have to come first, in my opinion. That's just my...
That reminds me, interesting little fact. I got renter's insurance for the first time today.
Really?
Yeah, I'm moving to a house in town, but on the other side of town. It's not all the way across town, but it's a few miles from here. And one of the conditions of the lease is that you must have renter's insurance. So I looked at the renter's insurance and got the middle plan. It seemed, good enough. And I was surprised to see that it carried like $4,000 worth of out-of-place expenses for a guest, someone that you happen to have over.
Mm-hmm.
Up to $4,000 for them as well. I don't think I'm even allowed a guest. Anyway, it's a small house. It's not the smallest house I've ever seen, but it's actually pretty roomy for what my needs are. I'm going to put my drums up in kind of this small room off to the side of the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And there's enough room for other musicians and their equipment, so we'll be able to jam, which I really need to do. It'll strengthen my core muscles a lot, drumming. And I love doing it. I mean, playing drums with a band of very capable musicians, of extremely technically proficient musicians, and being really tight, and being on stage where that circuit between the band that's just rocking and the audience that's really responding to it just keeps going in a circle, and everybody gets energized by it, and the whole room is sort of in high intensity mode.
Now,
That's a very interesting feeling.
That just reminded me of something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure as a musician, you have you critique yourself.
I could what myself?
You critique yourself on how good your performance was or whatever.
I what myself?
You judge yourself on how.
That was nice.
I'm trying to
Critique.
figure out the words that you said.
He said critique.
Critique. Oh, okay. You imagine that I critique myself when?
While playing.
Of course, yeah. In real time, sure.
So I think you'll understand. There have been people. There's somebody I've been talking to behind the scenes who actually understands. Somebody will say, I'll post that I've had a bad stream, and people are like, "Oh, it was great," blah 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 blah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
But it doesn't help.
It doesn't help exactly. Yeah. And this person is like, "Look, I didn't think it was bad. You thought it was bad. So, what would make it better?"
The Beatles.
And it's not denying my feelings. It's not saying, "Oh, it was good." I just didn't see an issue with it. It is they're saying, and I respect that.
Well, I mean, to what degree do you recognize objectivity and subjectivity, and in I mean, how much can you critique your own? Maybe hypersensitivity is the wrong word, but everyone doesn't like the way they sound on a recording. You know what I mean? Being a content creator, and especially a streamer like we are, and you do it every day of the week or every weekday. I mean,
trust me, I was doing it 7 days a week, and people said, "Stop,
yeah,
stop! You're going to
you
burn
gotta
out.
take the weekends
Stop."
off. But I like to think of Morning Brew as like a drive time show, to be honest. One of my sort of fantasies is to help turn the Morning Brew into like the, hey, radio type communications. It's 7:42, and here's Bob with sports. No, I'm kidding.
Well, see, that's what I would like as well. I mean, not necessarily the sports thing, but yeah. Unfortunately, some of the shows that people like are more like an episode of Jerry Springer, and I'm going, I don't want that.
Yeah. Well, you got to be vocal about what you don't want on your own channel.
And it's like, well, people liked it. And it's like, yeah, but I didn't. And I'm sorry, it is my channel.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Honestly, sincerely, think about it. Don't be defensive. Just think about the question. How willing or how far are you willing to go to enforce your rules on your channel? Don't answer. Don't be defensive. Just think about the question.
So far, I have not been. What people don't understand is that when I wake up in the morning, first thing I do as I start looking at stuff, try to figure out something I can talk about on the Morning Brew. Now, while I'm doing that, I'm also looking up news stories for, e-news. And it takes me, maybe 15 minutes to find that stuff.
Fair.
Okay, so the rest of the time I'm going, okay, now let me keep searching for stuff and try to figure out what to talk about. Nothing. Shit. Okay, time to go live with e-news. Okay, keep searching to look for something to talk about on Morning Brew. Start Morning Brew, still not a goddamn thing to talk about most of the time. And then when I do have topics, people have not been respectful of the topics.
So it's like, I see. Like not talking over each other.
Correct. I mean, there have been times it's like I literally had to yell to get the attention of
the panel.
Few people on the panel.
Yeah.
And yes, Mar, you are very supportive.
Well, to what degree would this be successful if I said, well, screw that. Let's not have a negative morning. Let's have a positive morning. Maybe you could get your drive time show. Hey, Plugger.
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button again.
Gonna chink.
What's going on, Plug?
When the sun comes up, I'll take a photo of out on my deck.
Yeah,
cool.
The sun's coming up here, and it's pretty nice. I'll tell you what, the other day the sunset was just like to die for. I have so many photos on my computer of sunsets, videos of sunsets. I've been all over the world, and Lawrence, Kansas has the best sunsets and the best thunderstorms in the world.
Hey, Dave G.
Have you been to Sedona, Arizona?
No.
Because I was always told they had the best sunsets.
I've been
They're pretty
to
damn
San
good.
Francisco, where they talk about how good their sunsets are, and they don't hold a candle to Lawrence, Kansas sunsets.
But I have been to Lawrence, Kansas.
Say again?
I have been to Lawrence, Kansas. And yes.
Really?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
When would this have been?
Oh, I had, this has been years ago. I had friends going to KU. So I would go visit them once in a while. We'd end up hanging out, talking, having pizza, that kind of thing.
Talking basketball.
Hey, Jason Price.
Basketball, football, yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence is a big basketball town.
And couple of times I made it to one of the basketball games, and I was quite
good. At the field house?
Mm-hmm. I was quite impressed.
Yeah, that place is just energy all over the place.
Oh, God. It's almost to the, at least when I went, to the energy level of Arrowhead Stadium.
Mm-hmm. I've heard sportscasters say, Dick Vitale, as a matter of fact, say that Fog Allen Fieldhouse in Lawrence, Kansas is the best place to play college basketball in the country. And the reason for that is that it's built so that, I mean, it's a pretty big stadium. I think when they last renovated it, they changed it from 16,000 to from 14,000 to 16,000 people. But when you get the students in there and the band, and there's, the pre-game, all the students have, they did have a copy of the University Daily Kansan, the KU paper, mm-hmm. And they would all, as the other team was being introduced, they would all take the newspapers and just rattle them like they had, nothing better to do than read the newspaper. They were just bored, so they didn't acknowledge the other team, which, it's kind of a college thing to do, but it's not very polite. I mean, let's face it, if you didn't have an away team, you wouldn't have a home team to win the game.
Exactly.
But, yeah, after that, when they say, no, Kansas Jayhawks, they like have other people throw, like inch by inch squares of, it's not confetti, but it's sort of the same thing, of the newspaper, and they throw that up in the air, and then it just gets freaking crazy. There's a banner on one wall of the field house that says, take heed all who enter, because it's a Fog Allen Fieldhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew the guy who's the drummer in that band, in the KU basketball band, actually. He's a great drummer. He was great with the band. Playing drums with the KU band in the field houses is tough, to make yourself heard without amplification when all that screaming and stuff is going on, and wah, the horns, and everything, timeouts, and when they stop play and all that kind of thing, the band starts up. Do you remember when you were there, the game that you saw? Do you remember who the opponent was?
No, because
I saw Wilt Chamberlain retire his jersey there. They had asked him like 5 times, and he said no every time, or he didn't show up or whatever. And then finally his people got him involved in coming back to retire his jersey, and the place went mad. And then he died a couple of years later.
Yeah.
I think he was finally thinking about his legacy,
Yeah.
Nobody ever going to be like Wilt the Stilt again.
No. It's funny because, like I said, it was definitely full of energy. I don't think you could be a casual observer there. It's just...
Yeah, not a lot of casual basketball fans in Lawrence. There's some. One of my friends is just too busy with his work. I asked him once, when do you get into the KU basketball season? And he's like, around the Final Four, because KU almost always goes to the Elite Eight, if not the Final Four. But the only thing I would compare the energy level in the Allen Fieldhouse to would be the Children's Mercy Park soccer stadium where the Sporting Kansas City team plays. That place is built for I think 24,000, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know if the funny thing is I've never been there.
Mm-hmm. Again, the energy is just unbelievable, and it's a completely round stadium, as you might imagine. Mm-hmm. It's not football shaped or anything. It's just round. And when they built it in 2013, it was the most advanced soccer stadium in the world, which means it had like great drainage and real grass, and it had all the ownership group guys are like IT guys, because Overland County, Johnson County, Kansas, where Kansas City, Kansas is the richest county per capita, second only to LA County, I think. But there are more millionaires per capita in Johnson County, Kansas. It's a pretty well-to-do area.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoyed selling Rainsoft, the water softeners there. Good 5-county area to work.
There are some very, very nice houses there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In fact, there are a couple I've seen. It's like, can I move into your garage?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like, I'll just take one of the 5 garages, please.
Well, it's really interesting because, especially around the stadium, really nice neighborhoods, right? But the even cooler thing is that because all of the ownership group were IT guys, like Sprint and other stuff, they knew how to run fiber all the way from Kansas City out to their soccer stadium. And this, they did. So they have like 18 Wi-Fi antenna around the stadium. They have their own app for like during the game. And of course, that's just the customer side of it. I'm sure the business side of it takes even more advantage of fiber speed.
Oh, yeah.
But it was like one of the first places that Google Fiber was set up in a business, environment. But it's pretty cool. I mean, the members club serves lots of different kinds of beer, lots of different kinds of food. During away games, they'll sponsor like the tailgates, but they'll be inside. People can go and watch just huge screen TVs to watch away games and even home games, because of my back. Standing and walking on cement isn't very helpful for my back.
No.
It really hurts. So, since, all of the seats and the place where you'd put your legs, I don't even know what you call it. It's all made of concrete, all made of cement. So, I like to stay inside the members club and just watch on those huge TVs. The only problem is when you hear, something from outside where everyone's going, or everyone's going, boo, and, you realize you have to watch the TV because we're about to lose, a goal or make a goal. But, other than that, it's pretty cool.
And good morning, Courtney. How are you today? And thank you for taking care of the bot before. I think it was Dave. Yeah.
So, what was the occasion for you to be in Lawrence?
Oh, it was just like I said, it was just hanging out with friends. There were people that I'd got to know over time.
Where did you come from when you visited them?
Kansas City.
Oh. Do you live in Kansas City now?
Yeah.
Oh. Shit.
So, I mean, it's like it was like a 30-minute drive then.
But you live there now?
Well, I live a little further south now, so it's about an hour. So,
what city?
That I'm not telling.
It's
near Harrisonville, I'll just say that.
It's a city. I mean, people would have to go through an entire city.
Trust me, there are enough people.
I think I know where you're talking
city.
about. I think I know where it's like 190th Street or something like that.
But
well, shit, man, I'll come see you.
And good morning, Darius. How are you?
Darius Munchausen.
Hail, Kuroga.
Yes, hail on Kuroga. Christmas is over. Hail on Kuroga. Death to
One
Kuroga.
thing I can't stand is people that let their Christmas lights go on longer than New Year's Day. I'm like, Halloween decorations, Thanksgiving, Christmas decorations, New Year's is not Christmas anymore. First day, everything goes down. But that's just me.
Well, I can say this: even when the Christmas lights stay up longer, or when I used to put them out, they wouldn't go on after January 1st. Sometimes the weather would be not good that day.
There's just sometimes you just can't take them down. They're just frozen on till, March.
Actually, the weather around here has been unseasonably warm lately.
Yeah, this year has been yuck. It shouldn't be near 50.
I know, right?
At least finally now my pain level is at a tolerable level after my
See, I told you it would pass.
second dose.
Yeah, tomorrow we're supposed to have minus 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ouch. Where?
In Minnesota.
Oh yeah, you betcha. That's real cold. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious, how far are you from Cinnabon?
Well, I
big
suppose
state.
couple hundred miles, I suppose.
And it's a few hundred lakes over, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still a doable day trip if you actually wanted to. Yeah, it's not like, wouldn't be like me driving to see Bird. That would be days.
Well, he lives on a different planet, doesn't he?
Well, technically yes, but
So guess what, Captain Track?
Yeah, yes, Plugger. What?
I did win my board yesterday on the Starhole quiz.
Really?
Just by the
cool
skin on my teeth, I beat CCDV.
I played a game exactly like that, where if my guy didn't slay the monster he was working on, he wouldn't survive an attack. And luckily, that fucker went down.
So how many points did you win by?
I think it was 200.
Cool.
But I got it at the very last question on the board. What was the question again? What Star Trek alum also played a role on Atlantis?
On Stargate Atlantis?
Yeah.
Yes.
What Star Trek character? Or actor?
What actor?
Are we talking original Trek or new?
No,
like, Next Generation?
It would have been Enterprise.
I'm sorry. Restate the question.
Which Star Trek actor played on Stargate Atlantis?
Which Enterprise actor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's easy. It's what's his name? The guy that plays Tucker.
Yep.
Trip.
That's it.
Yep.
The guy who plays Trip. Whose name escapes me at the moment, but that almost always happens. That's why.
Well, the fact that you remember
Cardinal
the
Sin
character.
and Friends, I'm the guy that asked the trivia questions.
Connor Trinner.
Connor Trenier, yeah. Good question. Do you know who holds the record for the most different types of aliens played in Star Trek of all varieties?
I knew this.
God damn it.
Or would you like me to tell you?
Why?
Sure.
I know the name. Go for it.
So it's actually a trick question. There are two of them that are tied. Vaughn Armstrong, who played the Admiral on Enterprise and has played lots of aliens on TNG.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that played Commander Shran, Jeffrey Combs, who was also Weyoun in Deep Space Nine. And he's in all the Reanimator movies, and he's like one of my favorite actors. They're both tied at 7. 7 different kinds of aliens. And Shran, Weyoun rather, in Deep Space Nine, wasn't supposed to be a recurring role, but they liked the actor so much, Jeffrey Combs, that they kept killing him and bringing his clones back, which was interesting. And I've heard that a couple of actors on The Expanse have had their characters expanded too, because the guys that, something I didn't realize until very recently, the guys that wrote the TV show The Expanse are the same two guys that wrote as James S.E. Corey on the books. And they didn't tell anybody until recently. You know, they just went by a different couple pseudonyms. And I thought, that's really cool. The guys that wrote the book are actually writing a series. You know, when was the last time that happened, right?
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often.
No.
Not at all. And by the way, I really like your avatar. I'm a Stargate freak.
It was,
and I can't wait until the next Stargate property comes out. You know, Brad Wright is 60 years old. He's not getting any younger. Hail, good-looking honky.
It sounds like he's been working on it, but
He has. I think that he's running into the same problem that Tracy Torme is running into, bringing back Sliders with the original cast. That the people that own the rights are kind of like ho-hum about the rights, and at the same time, because kids that run studios now, they don't remember Sliders. They don't know what it is. They're like, why should we care? And I think the same is true to a degree of Stargate. People these days don't bother to watch the old stuff. If you're doing a continuation or a sequel or whatever, they just, the thing that really pissed me off about Jodie Whittaker was that she refused to watch any Doctor Who before her job began, and that's basically homework for the job. If you've never seen Doctor Who and your best friend is David Tennant, you probably should watch some Doctor Who before you start playing the character. But I don't think that really would have helped much, because you can't understand a word that comes out of her mouth.
Now, I will say this. Two things. God damn, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'll defend slightly. Yes, I can understand it being a daunting task. So I would, in her case, have said, okay, show me the most pertinent episodes that I need to see to understand the role.
Right, but she didn't even do that. She just didn't care.
Number two, a lot of it was also based on bad writing. No actor, no matter how good, can overcome bad writing.
But with the Jodie Whittaker stuff, it was just woke as F, Woke.
And unfortunately, today's writing is like, I've seen better. I've written better fanfics than the shit they're putting out now in a lot of cases.
Well, the really good news is for anybody,
I suck at writing.
Yeah. For anybody that's a Whovian like I am, the news is good. It'll be until 2024 that we, hey Raquel, before we see what Russell T. Davis is coming up with. But he's already written the first season that he's doing. And his company, Bad Wolf, that he owns along with Julie Gardner, who was an executive producer when he brought the series back, is his partner. Excuse me. And they wrested control of Doctor Who away from the BBC. So they have no creative control over Doctor Who anymore. And I think Davis is going to make a ton of money on it. And I think I read an article that said it's going to cost the BBC $400,000 a year to lose Doctor Who. Something like that. Which, when you then think about their budget, they could probably put a lot more into the budget. But it's just been so woke during the Jodie years. Hail Resolute Germ. Chris Chibnall can't write, like you were saying. They're not even stories. They're just lectures. They're the worst of the woke franchises. They're worse than Star Wars. They're worse than Star Trek, Discovery, even. They've undermined the complete 54-year history of Doctor Who, so that the doctors that we were familiar with aren't important at all. The original doctors weren't even Time Lords, weren't even from Gallifrey. Was based on a small young girl of color, and she had the entertaining power of not being able to die. She kept regenerating into other people, and so this scientist, who was a woman, called Tek Taeyun, basically killed this kid over and over and over and over and over to see what its secret of regeneration was. And then handed it all to the Time Lords, and of course they became, the ones that we know today. But, and of course the timeless child, as they call it, ended up being the Doctor. And she was a woman of color before she was any of the guys that we know as the Doctor. The writing is just horrible. It's awful. The one episode that I saw that wasn't horrible was the first one. But I really prefer to think of the whole Jodie Whittaker, Chris Chibnall era as like just not even fan fiction. It's just woke garbage. It's the worst of it. It really is. I'm going to shut up now and let somebody else talk for a while.
So what's going on, everybody? Thank you for joining. You're fortunate you missed the first part of the stream because, quite honestly, I'll put it this way, the pain level was high. But I'm glad everybody's here this morning. By the way, Bert, how is Malmo Prey?
We're on the phone with Sisso Prey.
Sisso Prey?
Been away. And nephew of Prey.
Of course. I can always hear in Malmo Prey's voice just the absolute love she has for Charlie. There is no doubt.
Absolutely, no doubt.
I mean, you can hear her voice perk up, and even if she may not be feeling the best at times, all of a sudden Charlie's on, and hi, Charlie. It's so. Yeah. It's so, I don't know what the word is, but genuine, I guess, would be the best way to put it. She loves him genuinely, and I think he brings a certain energy back. And how is he, by the way, how is Charlie feeling now?
He's feeling a lot better. He looks pretty good this morning.
It's good to hear. Captain, earlier when you were talking about spending 15 minutes to look at the news and get some ideas about what to talk about, I thought you were going to say that during occasions when you can't find anything of worth, you just kind of go out on the show and talk to whoever you have to talk to, and the subjects are kind of up to the guests. I mean, on my shows, on my channel, which is not to say that it's the same as yours or that you should do the same, because we do different things, but it's very much guest driven on my show. And although I do a lot of research for my guests and make sure I ask important questions and good questions, when it's just we YouTubers, we few YouTubers, I think that we can all kind of just improv and talk about whatever we think is interesting or important, and it'll still be a well-attended stream. You just got to get in there with the communications voice, even though you haven't seen any traffic accidents. You got to talk like you have.
I'm sorry, I'm not Johnny Rollins. And for anybody not from Kansas City,
No,
you don't know who the hell he is.
But certain people have been telling me that my shows are a little, too fraught with dramatic pauses, and that I could hurry up a little bit more, not ramble so much. And, that's just kind of the guy I am. It's my style. So if you don't like it, don't be one of the 600 subscribers that I'll have by New Year's Day. Oh, did I mention the big Andy Masterson-a-thon that I'm having on New Year's Day?
No, you haven't.
Would you like to hear about it?
Sure.
Cool. So Andy and I were DMing on Twitter, and I had mentioned on a stream that he and I should do a one-on-one and just talk about, his custom-made action figures. And he's brilliant. He's a great artist. Also a really good martial artist and a teacher. That's what he does for his day job. His studio is in his house. It's really cool. Anyway, so he's built action figures for me, Doomcock, Az, Gary Nerdrotic, Robert Meyer Burnett, and Mexican Iron Man commissioned him to do one of him. And then I think recently Doomcock commissioned Andy to do 6 Doomcock figures that he could either give away to his, highest level patrons, or channel members, or both. I don't know. So he's got him working on that. But we'll be looking at stuff from the beginning of Andy's career all the way through up until what he's done recently. And I never miss an opportunity to show off the Cardinal Sin action figure. I don't know if I've ever done it on your show before.
Well, if you haven't, you can now.
So this is Cardinal Sin, the interdimensional guardian. And yes, Andy makes his own packaging as well as his own product. I remember asking Andy to send me enough rope, and he did. So I can hang my character if I want to. I always do this. Do 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 do. Psh. My little James Bond thing. So, in the early days of the Cardinal Sin channel, I wore a lot of Misfits t-shirts because I like the Misfits. In fact, I almost wore one tonight. And the work that he did on the sunglasses used to be there, but I broke them. I don't even like to take him out of his case, but here's what he looks like. This is cool. The Cardinal Sin action figure. And although I rarely take off my glasses, I will, just so that you can see how correct he got it.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, that's not all. If you look at that Crimson Ghost logo on the Misfits shirt, if you're a fan of the Misfits or you've ever seen it, it's exact. And he's got the black jeans, which I actually wear, and combat boots, or like, punk rock And of
Oh, yeah.
course he carries his V gun. Because I'm a V gun.
I like that. I like that.
That was pretty cool.
Nice.
He also sent me, surreptitiously, the torture rack for the bad robot.
No.
And his head comes off and his little legs come off. And you just stretch in, Yeah, it's incredible. And even just the bad robot, like from the logo, it's perfect. It's exactly right. When the head pokes up, at the end, it's exactly what he got it perfectly right.
Wow.
He's amazing. So, yeah, I think we're going to hang out and have a good time, and it'll be kind of a party because I also expect that I will either break or have broken 600 subscribers by then. So it'll also be a 600 subscriber, party because it's on Saturday, and Saturday night's all right for fighting. Now I always have a problem putting this guy back in. I'm not sure where he goes, really. Bloody microphone.
It's funny. By the way, congratulations on being so close to 600 now.
Thank you. I was kind of amazed by it myself.
I've had people tell me, "Oh, well, you'll be at 600 before you know it." It's like, no, but don't care either.
Well, I can help you with that if you want. I think I may already have mentioned some things on DMs. But if there's anything specific you'd like to know, you have only to ask. And I don't have anything else to show, so you can bring everybody else back if you like. And there's another head, actually, now that I've had you bring everybody else back. He also did this one for me, which is a Christopher Walken head. Very good. Because, sometimes you feel like a nut, and sometimes you don't. And, man, I've got to tell you, earlier in my career, I started as a hoofer. But, eventually made some auditions, did okay. I was in a movie with Jack Palance once. Man, that guy's an annoying asshole.
So, Dave, I have a question for you. Where do you get those voodoo dolls for you? I'm sure there have been a few people that have some voodoo dolls for me.
Voodoo dolls for me. Maybe that's how it goes. The torture rack for the bad robot was brilliant. What a great idea. Andy was just the coolest.
I do love the fact that there have been several people on Twitter that have been supporting the channel. And that does mean a lot.
That weren't supporting the channel?
That are. And it's always nice to all of a sudden I click over there and see, oh, well, going live. Oh, cool.
Yeah. Well, it's like Doomcock told me when I I was on his spotlight. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
I think it ended up being like a 30-minute thing. I was kind of like a deer in the headlights. I wasn't really paying attention. I was just trying not to screw up. I really don't know how Andy gets both of these in here. He's a magician. He's a warlock. He's a witch.
Well, it's funny. I was on.
I mentioned to Doomcock that I stream on Wednesdays. That's when I do I'm Not a Number, the prisoner review show. And he was like, great, good. It's a big internet, you know, and people stream against each other all the time. And I just think, you know, we're all friends. We all believe that we help each other grow and all that. But I think it's okay to stream against each other as long as it's not done viciously or any kind of, you know, disrespect. But other than that,
I mean, there was one time that I will say I did intentionally stream against Bird because someone that was on the panel, and it's just like,
how am I not surprised by that?
Mr. Raw Meat.
Yes.
That one is like, screw this, I'm out. So it's like that was the one time it's like, yeah, I'm streaming against him. I don't care.
Yeah, Raw Meat guy was a special kind of mental case.
It's like, I didn't even think about it at the time. I would have loved to have invited Cardinal Sin on.
You never know,
have him
man.
deal with Raw Meat guy. Yeah.
Hey, as a vegan, I probably wouldn't have to deal with a lot of it. He would just say, you're wrong, and I would go, okay, and that'd be it. I'll tell you what really pisses me off, though, is veal. Keeping a baby cow, a calf, or a lamb, or whatever it is, so its entire life is spent like in, what do they call the things they put horses in? Stalls. Mm-hmm. It's in the same stall its entire life. Its entire life is 16 weeks. They force feed it, and then they kill it. It just seems like really immoral to me, which is why I became a vegetarian and then a vegan. I don't think we treat animals right, and I don't think that we respect them. And I had a poster over my door when I was 16, the year I became a vegetarian, and it had a picture of a beagle that had been experimented on and survived. And it was sitting there, and it had blood on it, and yeah, I won't go into the gnarly, nasty details, but the tagline was brilliant. It said, "How would you like your body left to science while you're still in it?" And I was just like dumbfounded, you know, like, wow. And it came with a compilation album of different, I think, punk bands, or actually they were more Wax Trax bands, like electro punk or whatever, but it was a powerful poster, you know, and that's not what made me a vegetarian, but might as well have been. Mm-hmm. Actually, if my mother hadn't stopped me, I would have become a vegetarian 10 years before that. Once I associated the word chicken for food with the word chicken the bird when I was 6, I just bust out crying. I was just like, wah! And and my mom was trying to placate me, to make me feel better, get me to stop crying, and she said, "It's okay, honey. Everybody does it." And while later, both of my parents would tell me that's not a valid reason or even an excuse, she said that, and it got me to shut up and stop crying. And if I devoted more of a 6-year-old's thought process to it, I probably would have become a vegetarian much sooner. But 16 was all right. That's early enough. One thing that I have noticed is when I visit friends of mine that are my same age, they went to school with me, school chums, that kind of thing, a lot of them look much older, and I'm still mistaken for 30s on a regular basis, and I'm 54. I'll be 54 in March. So, I don't know. It might be the vegetarianism. It might be the good living. Captain Trek, yes. That's enough about me. What about you?
Well, see, I had a point where I wanted to try, it wasn't so much moral thing. It was, quite honestly, I was looking into the health aspect of it.
It's a great byproduct for me, yeah.
And I thought, okay, I'll try it. And I did for a month. And
vegan or vegetarian?
Vegetarian.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting part was I ended up gaining weight.
Over the month?
Uh-huh.
That's odd. When I became a vegetarian, I lost 30 pounds. And when I became a vegan, I lost 20 pounds. But I'd already gained that back.
But I mean, it's like, okay, this is odd.
What kind of foods were you eating? Were you eating really carbohydrate heavy foods like pasta?
I was limiting the pasta. I was actually going more for the
veggies.
Mm-hmm. I did have tofu, but which I always found it better cooked than how it was packaged.
The thing about tofu is it takes on the flavor of whatever you cook it with.
Mm-hmm.
So you put your oil in your pan or your wok or whatever, and you put the spices in immediately before you do anything else, because that gets into the oil and the oil spreads over everything and coats everything.
Yes.
So you want to put in your, saute your garlic and your onions and your tofu all at the same time. Sauteing garlic and onions is a good way for me to decide whether I want to have Italian or if I want to have Mexican, because you can go either way with olive oil and garlic and onions. But probably everybody knows that.
Well, honestly, with the, just a little variant in some of the ingredients, you could make it just about anything.
I make a lot of chili, and I use the field roast chipotle sausage flavor, which is very spicy. And I make rice, and I use canned tomatoes that are for chili, and I put in, the garlic and onions and peppers, like red peppers and stuff like that. Maybe I should do like a little vegan cooking show. But I call it Cardinal Sin's 3-alarm nuclear chili. And my dream is to take it to the state fair and win the blue ribbon.
Dave,
a friend of mine made
Dave,
a salsa recipe back in like the 80s, and she won a blue ribbon. So maybe
Dave,
we can end up putting my chili and her salsa together.
That would be good. Dave, you're just wrong. Oh. What was it? Now, one of the few things I did have, I went with the vegan cheese, but I did have some eggs, which kind of helped give us the tofu. At breakfast time, because that's what I found. If I had a good breakfast, I wasn't necessarily as hungry. That's when I started to stop gaining weight. Was when I had a bigger breakfast back then. Now it's just coffee and toast.
I apologize to Mega Cropper for putting a hamper in his breakfast. There is an eatery in Lawrence. It's where the Casbah used to be, if you know that. Cap. On Mass Street, in the main drag downtown. So where the Casbah used to be, they now have the Burger Stand, which is actually a sit-down restaurant. And their vegetarian/vegan burger is their own, trade secret recipe. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing. And I can't say it tastes like meat because it's been so long since I've had meat, I don't remember what it tastes like. Although I do remember what it smells like because my roommate makes it every day. It's one of the reasons I'm getting a little house. I just know that food technology has come such a long way during the time I've been a vegetarian. Mm-hmm. It actually tastes good. I had a burger over at a friend's house yesterday and the day before that, and he didn't know what who the company that makes them were. I don't know how he got it, but he got a whole bunch of them. I guess someone gave them to him, and they were delicious. They were really flaky and almost like they were baked. It was really good. But the field roast, Daea, the vegan cheese. I earlier had a pizza delivered that was completely vegan. It was great. So, it's a lot easier to be a vegetarian now than it used to be. One thing I did find when I became a vegetarian the first time was I completely lost my sweet tooth. And it was only much later when I saw that they had made vegan ice cream when I was like, huh? How would that work? And I tried it and I really liked it. And it had been, 10, 15 years since I'd had ice cream. And the place that my dad ended up taking us after dinner with my sister and my niece and my nephew and all that was an ice cream parlor, one of the kinds where they take your order and they put it on like a metal surface, and they put all kinds of stuff into it. Stone Hill or something like that, I think. And they had, vegan stuff that you could do as well, which was really cool because I could participate in like the family outing or ritual or whatever, But one time we went to Fogo de Chão, the Brazilian steakhouse. Have you ever been there or heard of it?
I've heard of it, never been there.
Do you know what the menu is there?
No, I've just heard the name. That's
so
it.
The way it was described to me before I went there by my brother was they have every kind of meat you could possibly imagine. They even have goat. And they basically come on one side when it's all cooked and ready to go. And unless you stop them, which didn't happen the first time because my family was in conversation, they just start chucking, different kinds of meat on your plate, and you have to tell them to stop. And then they'll bring in, different kinds of, beef and all different kinds of meat. And I was like, oh no, that sounds like I don't have anything to eat. And then my brother told me they have the best salad bar in town in Kansas City. And he was right. It was the best salad bar I've ever seen. And
wow.
I was perfectly happy with what I had to eat there. So, and that was when I was a vegan. God, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I can't believe how old I am.
Oh, gosh. It's funny because, saying the age, it's like, no, I'm not that old. No. Screw that. It doesn't feel that way anyhow. But, I'm so glad for these headphones. I can barely hear what's being said. I'm sure people can hear them more clearly than I can.
Hey, can I break another news item on your show?
Go for it.
I was on the phone with Tracy Torme the other day, and he's going to put me in touch with this guy that wants to do a sliders convention on Long Island. And I mentioned to Tracy that I thought it would be a better idea to do a sliders / Stargate sort of co-convention. Mm-hmm. And he was really into it. He was like, yeah, that's a great idea. And he's friends with Brad Wright. And I'm sure there are some rights issues, but I'm going to be the guy that's the go-between and hooking up the slider side of it and working with this guy that works with most of the creation cons, to put on the Star Trek conventions and stuff. And that's going to be very interesting. It'll be the first time I've been to New York in a long time.
Yeah, I can honestly say I have never been to New York.
I was in JFK Airport when I was 6. And the thing that struck me the most was all these people have things to do and places to go. Because when I was really little, I was kind of solipsistic. I entertained the notion at a very small percentage that my parents might be aliens. They might be studying, a human in captivity. Maybe I'm the only human that's actually human. Everybody else is either robots or aliens or whatever. I wasn't, convinced I was being studied in this way, but I did allow for the possibility when I was very young, which I think shows signs of, a good fantasy life.
Well, absolutely. That actually would make for a good movie, at least.
I've never thought of that. You have to remind me about that later. Or I should rewatch the stream at, where is it? What's the timestamp here?
You know, it kind of reminds me. That would kind of remind me of the certain shows that I've seen before. But it would be kind of a, are they or aren't they type of thing, and it would be up to you to decide whether they are or aren't.
I don't know if there's been a TV show that did that, like a streaming thing or not, which would be the perfect anthology show format. But there was a movie like that. I don't remember what it was called, but I do remember there was a movie that was like that.
And how was your breakfast, Raquel? Good to have you back. And Megan Cropper asked, has Spidey recovered from your last stream, Cardinal?
I have no idea. I do. He has. He apologized for flaking out, but he didn't want to come on because he thought that he was not for public consumption at that point. But my stream suffered some audio difficulties midnight to midnight, and I downloaded it. I threw it into the video editor, and I just removed all the moments where there were audio problems. Jill, antiderivative Jill, or as I like to call her, antiderivative Jill. I don't know why. It's just a Karloff thing.
And that reminds me, Bert, what did you call her the other day?
Nope, that's secret. If you don't know it, you have to figure it out.
I hope it was something nice. She's a great mod.
Come on, Bert, say it.
No, she appreciated it. It was very nice.
It was.
But
very
you have
nice.
to know
She's
math.
also got pretty thick skin.
Yeah.
It wasn't an insult by any means.
Nope. Was not an insult. Actually, it was a compliment.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to give it to you. You're going to have to figure it out.
If
Otherwise,
it's a compliment, she liked it. What's the problem?
nothing. You can figure it out on yourself, and you can compliment her.
Actually,
I'll ask her later.
Actually, another way to do it would be what day was that on your stream, Bird?
What day? Is that what you asked?
Because it had happened on one of the days that he streamed, so he was talking about it. At least that would get more views on that stream.
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe we should ask a mod to go grab the link and share it in the chat. Well, Bird can probably do that. But since this is one big facetious fest, I'm not sure how much further the belly laughs on this joke can go.
And good morning, the lovely Sherry. Good morning, Professor Brainy Specs.
Indeed. Hail.
You're right, Professor. You are absolutely correct. And what's going on today, the lovely Sherry? I agree. Actually, there are quite a few people who would be good guests. However, a lot of people are unavailable when I'm usually streaming. I would have to have a special stream time because people who aren't in the East or Central Time, it can be early for them. I'll go on at 6 a.m. Central, which is 4 a.m. for people like you. California, Oregon,
Pacific.
whatever. Yes, Pacific time.
Captain, didn't you mention once that you were thinking about moving the show forward an hour?
I was, and I
You thought
still
better of it.
might in the new year, but right now it seems to work better. But I, again, I'm still. That would also give me an extra hour of time to try to formulate something for a topic.
And it might be more like the Drive Time Captain Trek show.
And then I can go back to doing what I was intending to do anyhow, and just,
Which was?
Simply having the two groups that I have having access to the link, except on Fridays. Friday stream, I've decided, will always be more of a, I don't want to say open lines, but it will be more of a community chat versus, Monday through Thursday.
I dig it. I know that you've been wanting to have words with me, and I know how that sounds, like you're angry with me. And that's not the way I meant it.
No.
I know there have been a couple of times when you've said, "Hey, I need to talk to you," or whatever. And I just wanted to acknowledge that I remember that, because my memory's shite. And whenever you're ready, anytime, man.
I appreciate that.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
And Professor Brady Speck says, history with R&R at noon Eastern with guests Burno Prey 5 and Salty Trekker.
Is that Anti-Trekker?
Yes. And Professor, you have to make sure things remain calm and peaceful. Because according to Salty, he will side with, Canuck will side with Bird. So, yeah, just make sure.
Wait a second. Who will side with whom?
Rambling Canuck, or as history with R&R, Robert will side with.
I thought
Michael.
Rambling Canuck was in a bad way, like laid up in the hospital or something.
He is. He goes to the hospital, I believe, 3 times a week for
dialysis.
Dialysis. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And
now I understand who you're talking about.
So he doesn't stream as much as he used to, but yeah. So make sure that oh, by the way, Jeff, is that GoFundMe still active? And if so, can you throw the link in the chat? And of course, he says he will attempt his best to keep things fair. Good.
Is this a show that you're going to be on as well?
No. This will just be the history of Garoga and Turkestan, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Thankfully, I don't have a dog in that fight.
It sounds interesting, actually.
But it'll be quite entertaining, I'm sure. And do you know if the stream has already been set up or not, Professor? Because if it has, you can always drop the link for that as well. Because I do know you're a mod. Let's see here.
So,
yes,
Captain, if you wanted to feel a little better about yourself, I don't know if you do, but
did I mention that I'm doing an entire series rewatch of Sliders?
Wow. I like that. Go ahead, Bird.
I
Sorry about that.
remember that.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming back with the original cast.
Well,
yeah.
I recently got access to Captain's channel. He made me an editor. So I was able to see a few things I hadn't noticed before. And just Captain, you know, the size of your channel is like 600 and something versus mine, which is 2,500 and something. And yet, I only had 1,000 more views than your channel for the last 30 days. And even more surprising to me is I only had 200 more watch hours than your channel over the 30 days.
By the way, before I forget, excuse me if I'm interrupting, but Mazel Tov, Bird of Prey 5, Doomcock did you a solid during the pop culture breakdown.
Oh, we did. I'm sorry, I missed the pop culture breakdown. I did hear him on the other show the night before.
What's the other show called? Why am I?
Well, it's Frolics, but it was Christmas.
Piercing the Veil, Frolic.
Piercing the Veil is also a Sunday.
Yeah,
show.
I think it was the Frolic.
Yeah,
but you saw that.
Yeah, I did. Okay. I was there.
Yeah, he was like Bird of Prey 5 is this great YouTuber and he's criminally undersubscribed. Please subscribe to. I mean, that must have been a big Doomcock bump, right?
We did get a little Doomcock bump.
I got a pretty big Doomcock bump, and actually, I've had a few. He's been really nice to me. Doomcock is a sweetheart.
Doomcock's a great guy.
Oh, Doomcock is a good guy. I will say this: the shout-outs I've gotten really haven't amounted much as in numbers. I don't care. It's a very fact of giving support.
Sorry.
You know, to have somebody I know that large of a channel who actually takes time to listen in on some of the streams means a lot. Means more to me than having, X number of subscribers.
Right. Yes. Yeah, and he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do a spotlight on my channel for half an hour, which thankfully Mexican Iron Man dragged me through, because, like I said at the beginning, I was like a deer in the headlights, and then Mexican Iron Man kind of sprang into action and grabbed me by the hand, and he was like, and he also does this show and this show. Oh, yeah. And I kind of was like, and woke up out of whatever haze I was in. So thank you to Mexican Iron Man for that. Otherwise, it might have been a little less interesting, but I got like 60, 70 subscribers from that day. It was a very significant bump. And one person that recently subscribed said Doomcock sent me, or he actually said DVD told me to come here or something like that. So,
and Bird, since you're able to look, you're probably also able to see that there was a huge bump this month versus normal months. So it isn't a fair comparison.
The details, but I just looked at the overall number.
And what'd you find?
I'm actually shocked by that.
By what?
Bird had, what was it, 2,000 more views and
1,000 more
said,
views.
yeah.
Oh, 1,000 more views.
And 200 more watch
likes
hours.
Or
subscribers.
Oh, and versus the subscriber count, yeah, there's a huge fucking difference between mine and Bird's channel. Mine is like, what is it now?
Maybe your ship should start flying the flag of Karuga, Cap.
537, and he's like 2537 or something like that.
It's only 2,000 more than you have. Trust me, one day you won't even remember this. You'll be sitting at 135,000 subscribers, and this will be the
I hope not.
furthest thing from your mind.
I hope not, because by that day, I'll either be dead or yeah.
I'm just trying to lift your spirits, Cap. Come on, man.
Oh, I know, but I mean, it wouldn't be personal. I wouldn't have, I wouldn't be able to put the link out in the chat ever.
Well, yeah, and we've talked about the problems between Nerdrotic and Doomcock before, but the way that all went down left a really sour taste in my mouth, man. Nerdrotic basically just abandoned his friend and didn't stand up for him, and in my humble opinion, went where the money guys are, geeks and gamers, and the really political side of the fandom menace, so to speak.
Captain Trek.
I unsubscribed from him altogether.
I'm sharing the photo.
Let me see that.
I've really liked him before, and
what the?
That's the snow, man, on the patio.
I'm jealous. I hate you, Plug.
Well, it looks like in Kansas a lot.
Well, it hasn't stopped snowing since before Christmas.
I really would have liked snow this year. Really would have liked snow. In the 50s, not a chance.
I'd rather have temperatures in the 50s and the 60s like we do now than have to deal with snow and slush. Especially because I'm moving next month.
Well, that's true. Of course, by that time, you may end up with snow.
That's true, too. Have you seen a weather report? Is there a cold snap headed our way?
I don't know. I don't pay any attention. I do look at, what they have online, but I've stopped watching TV altogether.
Oh, yeah. I cut the cable like a decade ago, but I have an app on my phone, a weather app. I can just get the phone to work.
It's funny, there were a couple of channels I had to, you were talking about unsubscribing. They were supposed to be fair and balanced, quote unquote, news, and it's just like one went one side, one went the other, and no, both of them started out more balanced, and they both went off one direction. One went one direction, one went the other, and it's fuck you both. I'm done with you.
Wow, I forgot. I did get some interesting sunset. We had one that was like a fire, and it's just amazing. It really does look like a fire, but it's one of the most beautiful sunsets I've seen.
And we'll still be here in 5 minutes, Dave. Don't worry. Let's see if I can.
The light may actually be appropriate to turn that off.
That is lovely, actually.
Let me grab another one here. Is that the same one?
Looks slightly different, but yes, that looks wonderful.
Yeah, it is slightly different.
Wow.
Maybe if I go in a little bit, you'll be able to get better color.
That is beautiful. I love the color.
I've been so lucky. I've gotten really good weather photographs and also video. One of the things that I had on my channel before I became Cardinal Sin, on my personal channel, was the Weird Weather channel. And one spring, there was a torrential rain, and I had my camera with me. See you, Raquel. And I just started taking footage because there was so much lightning around, and I was gripping the phone pretty hard, and then there was a bolt of lightning that was so close. I think it was like on the block south of me, which isn't very far, and I almost dropped the camera. It was so loud. It was unbelievable. And then the next year, I knew it was coming, kind of, and I knew when to be out there and sort of when it was going to strike. I don't know how I knew. I was just, it was a feeling. And instead of gripping it really tightly, I just kind of, was more flexible, and sure enough, this time it was like in my neighbor's yard. It was even louder. And the way that this camera is configured anyway, it's interlaced. So it takes, like, there's a top frame and there's a bottom frame. And when something as fast as lightning happens, it can, engage those in a way that you wouldn't normally see it. And I've got photos of pink lightning because they're up in the clouds that are pastel colored because it's a sunset and a storm. And it, the weather around here gets pretty crazy. Never mind the tornadoes and, all that stuff. Just northeast Kansas weather is pretty weird. Lawrence is lucky because we actually have a hill that's called a mountain, but it's not a mountain.
And one of my infamous lurkers is actually speaking up. Good morning, Culture Casino. Hope you're doing well today.
Hail, Culture Casino.
And hey, Simple Jack, what's going on? Good morning. And yeah, well, you were talking about a stream you were on before, Cardinal Sin. There was one time I was actually on Culture Casino stream. Unfortunately, it was with I can't think of who it was right now. I say unfortunately because obviously I didn't get much word in edgewise, and then when it came time to promote my channel before leaving, my mic had problems. So it's like, great.
If it ain't one thing, it's another.
Yes, Professor. We are all clean now. I will not say any more, but yes, we're all clean now.
Captain, I have a question.
I have an answer. You may not like it, but I have an
answer. Do you
answer.
have merchandise for your channel?
Yes, I do. I actually have a merch link. I also have a. Could
you share it?
Well, it's in the description. Let's see here.
Oh, okay. I'm I'm in StreamYard, so I don't
Let me get
have a
down
description.
to that. I'll just highlight it. But God damn it, I forget. I have to actually open it in order to link in a tab.
Oh, merch store.
And then, of course, I click on it, and it's taking forever. But hey, why not? That's life. So what happens when you have a live
so
stream?
we've got Morning Brew pint glass, Wings mug. These are all pretty pricey.
The problem is I have tried to reduce the prices. Some
You
of
have
them
what?
tried reducing the prices.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me.
Are they already at the phase where they're barely making profit?
Some of them are. Some of them I had issues with updating the price. I'm going to continue trying. I don't care.
I just made all my stuff
pennies on a sale. I don't care.
I just made my stuff barely profitable because I put the URL of my channel on the back so that anybody that buys a t-shirt or a pint glass or a mug or whatever is, willingly a billboard for my show. If somebody comes up to someone and says, "What's inside the fringe? What's into the fringe?" or whatever, that they'll hopefully say, "Oh, it's my favorite UFO/paranormal show on YouTube." So I keep them like 50 cents, if any. Actually, there's one shirt where I make 0 profit.
There's one. Every single one of the things I have that I've set or been able to set the price at is anywhere from 20 to 49 cents profit.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And it's like
just some of those things are really expensive.
That's why I'd like to get a better store, quite honestly.
Have you used Teespring?
That is Teespring.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It didn't look like my Teespring store at all. Or Spring store, whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm going to be making some changes to the merch that I have there.
I can't find there it is. That's the GoFundMe link. I can't find did you put it in the private chat?
No, not yet. I'm trying to get the stupid copy and paste. Oh, okay.
How did I find that before?
Be back. Take over if you can.
I'm sorry, say again? Cat?
This happens usually at least once in the morning. His internet went haywire on him.
Well, I guess I'll just reopen and close tab. That'll do it. My
Yeah,
store.
Brew,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just it's a white background. But there are a lot of cool
He'll be back.
pieces of merch. Oh, that's a cool t-shirt. That's very cool. Yeah, it's an essential tee. $25.99 is pretty close to our price. Special pint glass. Oh. Well, I'm finding much of this merch very enjoyable because it's unlike any merch I've ever seen. It really is. The Morning Brew Crew accessory pouch. I just might have to get one of those.
And I am sharing the Morning Brew Captain Trek store on Teespring.
Most excellent.
So if you see something you like, people, you can follow that link.
Are
on
there
over.
t-shirts?
You got mugs, you got
Apparel.
shot glasses.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, the t-shirts are great. You should go to the apparel section.
These are double-sided, so mouse over to see the other side.
Show them the t-shirts.
On most stuff. Yes, we'll get to oh, wow. Look at these.
Yeah. Oh, wow,
Damn,
indeed.
These are
If
Hollywood
you click on
quality.
it, you can blow it up and you'll get a big image.
Hollywood quality. Although I don't want to.
And then there's another image on the back.
Captain.
It's like the DVD. Really nice merch, Cap.
I need to change a lot of it. It's just not exactly the way I want it to be.
The double-sided shirt is really cool.
The pillows are always a big hit.
And I really like your t-shirts. I think the Captain Trek t-shirt that has the logo on the front and sort of the different logo on the back is really neat. Has the circle one, just like the one in the lower right or the lower left one. Yeah.
See, that was one thing. I saw a lot of them.
That's it, right there.
That's were
it.
Just.
I love it. I want one. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let me get to the be able to edit it because I don't like the prices, quite honestly.
Captain Trek mask, even, huh?
I think they're too much. People are going to buy masks. They might as well have something like
Captain Trek on it. Hell yeah. I just I never got around to it. It didn't seem like something that people would buy, but they're probably the least expensive thing that they're selling.
And probably
plus, I don't know what they're made of, and the construction of masks is really important.
Oh yeah.
Like my mask.
Captain Trek personally guarantees if you buy his mask, you won't get sick.
Oh God damn! No way.
And if you do, he will pay your medical bills.
And send the medical bills to BertoPrint5 at AOL.com. Yeah.
And if you do get sick, you can look him up in whatever city he lives in. He will deal with it personally.
Yeah, I'll make a trip to New York and just.
And if you're unhappy, you can have a child.
Then they'll definitely be returning the child.
No
always
refund.
Make sure that the masks are, very interesting visually.
I like the ones I've seen that are like, let me blow that up. That I like.
This is a They Live mask.
Like I said, I need to adjust some of the stuff. But I'll do that today, actually.
Although that's a pretty heavy mask. I have a lighter one. It's just a Devo mask.
If I try to update the site now, it'll just go, huh? My computer will be like, yeah.
Well, yeah, because we're on it. Oh, are you saying that it's too weak to handle both the stream and the merch store?
Yes, my computer is not that good. Because I have to say, I don't even like the prices on some of the stuff. Some of the stuff I've set it as absolutely low as I can. Some of it is just like, okay, I'll come back to it. And I have tried to update it and it wouldn't do. So I may just have to get rid of it. I don't know.
Check your DM at some point. It doesn't have to be right now.
I had to shut down the web browser, but
well, when you get a chance, check your DMs if you want to.
Oh, of course.
But yes, some really cool merch you have there. You've taken advantage of more product lines than I have. I'm basically, mugs, pint glasses, T-shirts, and I think that's mostly it. So you're way ahead of me.
Well, the only reason the stuff is as good as it is get the lemons. That's it. Oh, yay, we got more. Yes, time for another round of Whack-A-Bot. Good God. At least this one came up with a little bit more creative spam.
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to something else. Can you repeat what you just said?
I said the last person to put spam in was at least more creative than the most of them.
I see.
And I see you're back, Bird. Everything okay?
Yeah, I pressed wrong button.
I am digging the T-shirts. I really like the one that has the avatar that you have on now and says the Brew Crew on the front, and on the back has the Captain Trek sort of DVD look. The reviews, live streams, attributes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really cool shirt, man. I'm going to get me one of those. Too late. On the air, Cardinalson's going to get one.
Let's see.
You just made a sale. And I'm not done yet. I'm going to continue shopping live on your stream. How about that?
Well, it is appreciated, but I don't expect anything. Thank you.
Well, especially if you're going to make changes soon. I gotta get my Morning Brew pint glass.
See here, the Morning Brew pint glass. I make a grand total of 96 cents profit. Let me lower that.
If I want to be part of the Brew Crew, I've got to, have the merch, right? Can't be part of the Brew Crew without the Wings logo. Man, that's a good looking coffee cup. Double sided. I'll take it. Sold. Sold to a guy in Kansas. Continue shopping. Come here, Lolita. It's time to paint your toenails. That is an interesting coffee cup, the green one. I quite like that, and it's even less expensive than the last one. I'll add it to the cart. And what is a pillow? A fleece blanket. That's cool. Sorry, you can mute me as I shop and talk about other things if you like. I don't mean to just sort of shop and talk, but that's what happened. So I've already got a stainless steel tumbler, but I'll tell you what, it's a good looking one. It's a
That
good
one
looking one.
Actually put more time into. What? Yeah, bite me, you stupid thing. Let me jerk even more. No, screw you.
Face masks, phone cases, huh? Drinkware.
How the hell is that not getting?
Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead. I'll go Brew Crew happy, and then I'll have Space Madness. Stimpy, is it Space Madness? I can't do Stimson J Cat, but my Ren is pretty good because I already was a huge fan of Peter Lorre. I actually got a part in a play when I was young because I knew Peter Lorre from not his movies but from Mel Blanc. Mm-hmm. And in some of the Looney Tunes and other cartoons. He did a absolutely perfect Peter Lorre, and once in summer youth theater I was at the casting call for Lil Abner. And every time the director said, okay, now I need someone who's XYZ, I'd raise my hand and she'd pick somebody else. And, it was mostly older people. And then she said, okay, now I need someone that can do a good Peter Lorre. And I immediately shot my hand up and I said, you mean like this? And she said, you got it. And that was it. Over. Done. And Evil Eye Flegel ended up being kind of a cool character to play. He wasn't a nice guy, but I was able to do all of my lines like this. So that was kind of cool.
Really? Yeah, I got a warning that my prices were set too low, so of course decided to.
Is that why I can't find the checkout?
One.
Is it the cart? There we go.
Again.
$61.96, and a bargain at twice the price. It's not doing anything when I click PayPal and check out. Is that because of what you're doing behind the front end.
Probably. Let me see here now. Really?
Uh-oh. Items in your cart are in high demand, but we have saved your order. Pay now with Afterpay. I don't have Afterpay.
How would you want Afterpay? What the hell is that?
I've never even heard of it.
No?
No.
I haven't either. No.
Now it's
set
on
too low on
PayPal.
20 by.
I have it clicked on PayPal, or it changed it automatically. So.
Okay, 20 by 20 indoor pill. Really suck.
Coupart is automatically testing all available coupons for you. You saved $6.99. Continue to checkout. All right.
There we go.
Hey, I saved $7, man.
Awesome.
We did a whole thing on top of that about your merch. So that's cool, right?
And I was able to lower some of the prices. I don't know why some of this is like this one. The
Don't
pillow
lower the prices until I'm done, because then I'll pay the big bucks, and I'll be able to tell people they can get their Captain Trek merch even less expensive than mine. More. Come on. It's biometric thing. Just do it. Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, let me save it.
I know this is very entertaining.
Absolutely entertaining, I guess. People are watching, and Flugger, what's going on?
Okay.
Now who's sleeping all the time?
The purchasing part is almost over.
Well, at least he's muted and it shows backstage, but I'm not sleeping. I wish I were. Trying to work
I'm
on
only sleeping.
Yes.
Thank you. Your order has been placed. All right. All right. And of course, I can go back to the Captain Trek store anytime I like. And I may. So, everybody, please check out the Captain Trek merch store. It's filled with some really cool stuff.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And like that smash button if you haven't already.
I actually like that one. How you said that, like that smash button.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said that in my chat, and I liked it. I think it was Dave G. Sound, actually. Who's still here?
Yes.
Okay.
Now let's see if the thing will allow me to update the stupid price. I hate. It's like, hey, we want you to make
very much.
X number of profit. Like, no, I don't want that.
On air, real time. I'll prove it, damn it.
If anybody has a better site to use than Teespring, I'm open for it.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, obviously
Like
they're
design-wise? Price-wise?
Price-wise, mainly.
Yeah, we can work on that sometime if you want.
Better say bitch, because I'm
Unless you want to do it now.
getting tired of too low. Fuck you.
Yeah, don't let it get you down on the air. We'll figure it out later.
It's like I'm trying to get it down so I'm like making under $1 profit, and they're saying the price is too low.
Yeah, that's because you're probably below the cost of what it takes them to make it.
Yeah, but see, it says how much profit per sale. It's like you can make $5.
I'm familiar.
Profit. So it's like I don't give a shit about the profit.
Well, just make it the same or a little bit more than the price that you see, and it'll show you, I think, in green how much or how little profit you're making.
Yeah, it does.
So it's a bit of a guessing game. But $17.99, $18.99, $21.99, those are all good ones. For the drinkware, $9.99, you can get a coffee cup down to $9.99, $13.99, $12.99, and for the hoodies, which are useful because they have the URL on the back, and if you're wearing your hoodie, you can see the if that's the right way, you can see it. Yeah. So yeah, the sweatshirts are really nice. The hoodies are great. I've got a sweatshirt.
I like that.
Thanks. I do too. And I like these maroon ones. And this is all Fet for Hire art, by the way. Fet for Hire's amazing. And then the URL is on the back.
Cool.
I really like the white one better, although I generally eschew anything that isn't black because it shows people how fat I am. But I really like the white. And if you look closely, you'll see that my face is in the lettering where it says I am not a number. Or my avatar is. Either way. And it's cozy, So there you have it. You can make me small again.
Wow.
Merch. It's what's for dinner.
Like I said, oh, thank God, at least I was able to lower the price some. That's better than nothing. I detest. I would make a horrible Ferengi, I'll say that much.
A horrible what?
Ferengi.
Well, you just have to know your rules of acquisition.
Except I don't give a shit about profit.
Well, you would if you were a Ferengi.
That's why I'm saying I'd make a terrible Ferengi. I think Bird would make an excellent Ferengi.
So, I've got a message about Freeman 78 card tabletop game for 2 to 4 players. And the creator says, "Hi Gil, would you like black with white, blue or gold circle? ? Many thanks." And I don't really know. Oh, maybe it's a t-shirt. In case it is a t-shirt, I guess I'll go with black with white. Because when I have white on, I look like a land whale.
I seriously doubt that, but I won't.
Answering fascinating email while you watch. the anxiety is palpable. You can cut it with a knife.
Awesome. Now I've got those changes saved. I gotta
Good.
go back to listings and.
Well, now it's time for you to drop the link in the chat and tell people all about it.
Oh, trust me, I have like another 4 hours work before it's. The link will be in tomorrow. I'll drop the link tomorrow because that's when the
Oh, I
prices
see.
will
You
actually
just got
be.
one done. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got Morning Brew done. I have to do Brew Crew, Captain Trek Special, Captain Trek Collection, Blame Chronos, Morning Brew Crew, and Wings. So yeah, that takes time.
Shipping and handling from Teespring is $18.96.
Do they offer a pack of lube with that?
I spent enough that I would think it would be free. It can't cost that much to send some shirts and stuff like that. I mean, when I do it myself and do the Captain Trek, when you get the what's the word?
Notification?
No, like
Email?
the model, but it's not the model. The prototype.
Okay. Yeah.
You can order I forget what they call it. And it's a lower price and it's like to you. I'm pretty sure it's free. And god damn it, I wish I could remember what they're called.
Samples, yeah.
Samples, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Effervescent sparkling radio, ladies and gentlemen.
And like if I were to order samples, let's just go with the one group that I have. It would be let's see, go ahead and add one.
Actually, now that I think of it, during the Andy Masterson interview or loose conversation or whatever, where he shows us the history of his action figure making career. Did I mention that we're gonna be having a party for 600 subscribers?
Yes, you did.
Okay. I think that stream's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to do a giveaway at the end of that of the winner's choice of any merch they want from my store. So, if they want a really expensive hoodie, it's usually like $45. It's their choice, whatever they want. Mug, pint glass. I guess I should get a little deeper into it, like you are, Cap.
Holy shit! If I were to order samples just from the one, it'd be like, oh, by the way, that would be 165.
I've ordered samples of every T-shirt that I've made, and I'm making more because Fet for Hire, who does a lot of my artwork. Please subscribe to Fet for Fire. He's amazing, great artist. Have you ever watched my unboxing videos? Any of them?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you know that sometimes I go and I say bloody microphone. So he made a T-shirt design for bloody microphone. It's all red and it's dripping. It's really funny. And then, because when I do unboxings, I say, the first thing that they ship me is this ancient Egyptian air, which was breathed by the pharaohs out. But I love it. I can't get enough of this ancient Egyptian air. Etc. etc. And so Fet for Hire sent me a just out of the blue, sent me design that says Cardinal Sin, Unboxer, Interviewer, and Breather of Ancient Egyptian Air. And I had a couple of notes for him. The Cardinal Sin were long letters, tall letters, and they were in red. And I said, why don't you make those gold, and then we'll put a pharaonic blue background on the whole thing, and it'll be more Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that very quickly. He's very fast. And I said, why don't we put an Anubis head in the box? And he did. And then I said, why don't you throw an asp in there as well as one other change? And he did. And he changed the background to one that I liked. It was silver, and it was also transparent if you want it to be. And he said, if you make shirts out of those, I want one of those, because he won't let me pay him. I don't understand why. He's fit for hire. He should allow me to give him money, but he refuses. I do shout out his work everywhere I go. Like when I was in the spotlight on Doomcock, I mentioned him, and he said that in a DM, he said that he wasn't really paying attention to the show, but he happened to like switch channels to that just as I was shouting him out, and he was like, just keep that up, man, you're doing great. So I guess he's a fit for hire that doesn't want any money. But when he makes logos and designs and stuff like that, just off the top of his head, or like I asked him specifically if he could make me a thumbnail for the show I have coming up with Andy.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed him the one that I had, and he made one almost exactly like it, but that was better. And one is like a 20-second movement thing, and one is just a JPEG. But they're both better than I could do, because I don't have access to the kind of tools that he does. And I'm not sure how, but he was able to use the lettering and stuff that I had and move it around and squish it, and made another a whole different thumbnail for me. It was great. And he's, and it was like between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Turnaround time is like that. I mean, it's like I have a personal, professional graphics designer for my channel who won't take any money. Maybe once I get monetized, he'll be like, hey, that stuff that I did for you, maybe. No, I'm kidding. But still, it's really, fun.
I've never gotten to talk to him, actually.
If I can share my screen, I'll endeavor to show you what it is.
And there we go.
And thank you. And let me find it here. I want to make it big. And plenty of sound. Oh, I need to share sound if I do that. My bad. Sorry. I know, scintillating YouTube here. That looks pretty good, actually. All right. stop screen, and then I'll share. Make sure I share sound. There we go. All right, now I'm ready. There we go. So this is a short little video. If I can get my mouse over there. Hello, mouse. There you are. So how's that for nifty?
Wow.
And the Cardinal Sin versus and the Andy Masterson I did, and the date and time at the bottom, and he just kind of moved them up, and I think made them. Actually, he changed this part because the verses used to be up here, so it would be the same length as Andy Masterson. So he changed that. And the custom-made action figures is a font that either he made or changed it to. I think it's a cool-looking graphic.
I like it, yeah.
It's engaging, but not too busy, and then it stops. So, there you have it. Woohoo! I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And thank you for letting me plug that on your show.
Absolutely. Let's see. There.
Oh, here's a piece of merch from my channel.
Yes, it made all the changes. Awesome.
And this
I like that.
This is a graphic that was available on Envato Elements. And the font was just one that worked with the saucer.
Just okay,
Okay,
Hasbro?
I guess. Lord Haster. Don't want to make him angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
No. Especially with all those tentacles.
There's a really great story in the anthology that I'm putting out early next year. That has to do with Haster, and it starts out with a thanks.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh.
That's not good, Hester. Are you able to go there? Not knowing, each state has its own bullshit. So, yeah.
He is okay and stable. Thank goodness.
Well, it's good that he's stable. Yes. I just, I'm still concerned. Sorry that my friends
Oh, yeah.
actually care. So if you don't mind, keep me updated, please. You know how to get a hold of me, Pastor? Does it have to be on the stream?
That's the thing about this community of ours, of yours, and mine, and everybody else's. When one of us is hurt, we all hurt. If one of us is damaged, we're all damaged. We all feel that pain. And yeah, it's all yucks and jokes and having a good time, which is what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's YouTube, for God's sake. But when we need to, we quickly stand up and come to the rescue of whoever needs it for whatever reason. And I think that's really cool. There's a lot of good people in your audience, Captain, in my audience, Doomcock's audience, There's a lot of really good people on YouTube.
Yes, there are. I've been amazed by that.
I wasn't. I expected it, actually. Why did it seem different to you than you expected?
Well, there have been people that have been very kind,
Unkind.
particularly they've been kind in ways I wasn't expecting. For example, when I had my GoFundMe out, when I was having to pay everything medical, period. There was no discount, nothing.
Right.
I had people that were, oh, well, I heard you needed something, so here's this amount of money. And it's like, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear this? Okay, here, thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing,
And I mean, one of them, it was just an offhand comment that Doomcock had made, and I happened to be listening, and I thought, okay, cool, thank you.
I think I heard that. I think I remember that. But yeah, it is an amazing community that comes to our aid, and that we come to their aid. One of the great things, about the internet is PayPal. Somebody posts a GoFundMe or a URL where you can make a donation via PayPal. People, do what they can if they can, and usually they can. And it is surprising, I guess, to a degree, what how many people are ready and willing to give till it hurts.
Well, that's one reason I had one of the easy sites, buy me a coffee. It's like, okay, that's simple, it's easy, whatever. I went from that to the Ko-Fi, whatever it's called, thing, because number one, it doesn't take out any fees. Number two, I can determine the price that's set, or the person can determine for themselves. It's not a boom $5 thing. It's okay. Here's the suggested price. Here's the price where you can put in what you actually want to give.
Right.
So that means if somebody who's able to give more and wants to give more, awesome. If somebody's able to give $1, awesome. If they're not able to give anything, they can share the link out.
Have I missed something, or is the URL already in the chat? For the GoFundMe, or is that over?
Oh, that's over.
Okay, all right.
That's been over. As soon as I was approved for all the stuff where I'm not paying out of pocket for anything. Except a few minor expenses. We're not talking like hundreds of dollars a week. We're talking like $20, a month type thing. I could do that.
The lowest plan I was able to get through the marketplace had a ridiculously high deductible. I think it was $1,700. And no, that was the total out of pocket. Yeah, they're both the same. And yesterday I went to the pharmacy, and only one of them had a cost, and I guess I'd paid down my deductible finally by the end of December. Great.
Yeah, if you can go see him, do it.
And please convey our sincere good wishes.
Absolutely. And I hope he is able to at least relax, get to feeling better. And
yeah, I'm sure that's the case.
because obviously, if he's having chest pain, that there's got to be some issue going on. So hopefully they're able to figure out what's going on and he can get home quickly.
Definitely sending positive waves his way.
Absolutely. It's funny. We can all express our regards differently. People will say prayers. People will say thoughts. People will say whatever positive energy.
Waves. Yeah.
I do think it's all
it's all the same.
in the same. It's all in the same realm, and it is
some
expression
of it's
of
energetic,
care.
some of it's spiritual, some of it's financial, but it's all the same thing.
And good morning, Pacific 414. How are you today? What's funny is there have been a few. Who is it? Dalek. What's Dalek's number? I can't think. 451.
451.
Yeah.
What about it?
I've seen people say 451. I automatically went to 451.
Yeah, I've always said 451. Although I'm not sure what the point is if we have one.
Well, I don't know if he uses 414 or 414, but that was
451.
I'm talking Pacific.
Oh.
Pacific 414 is I don't know if he says 414 or 414, but
it's Pacific 414, yeah, or 414.
I guess I could ask, which is
sure
more accurate for him.
How would you like us to address you, Pacific 414 or Pacific 414? It's just as easy as that.
Absolutely.
Captain Trek, are you into Sam Harris at all?
Tell me.
Do you know who he is?
The name rings a bell.
He's a neuroscientist, and he has written several books. He has a podcast where he invites somebody on that's important in their field, and then they talk about things. I think it's called Making Sense, the podcast. And he also has an app for meditating, learning how to go through guided meditations. And there's no religion, affixed to it at all. It's just purely mindfulness, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an app where you can go, day 1, day 2, day 3, up to like 54. And Sam Harris is the one that's guiding you through these meditations and stuff. And he recently, not too recently, I guess last year, started a show with Ricky Gervais. And the show starts with a phone call, and then it picks up, and Sam Harris says, "Ricky?" And Ricky Gervais says, "Hey," or something like that. And then they just start talking about, like, what do dreams mean? And I think I've got one of the other ones up, actually. It's called Absolutely Mental. Why do we dream? What makes something funny? Will we be replaced by robots? Would you rather? What's the point? Where does morality come from? What makes us who we are? Why do we fear death? How can stories make us cry? What's so great about life? How will civilization end? That's season 1. I really recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Have on in the background while you're working on stuff. So you can search for Absolutely Mental on your favorite podcatcher. I'm currently listening to it through Spotify. It's very funny, although they don't like set up jokes or anything.
Right.
It's just they're both very funny guys, and they agree on a lot of stuff. So I don't think they're like finish each other's sentences type of thing, but it's very entertaining, and it's
I
a lot of fun.
We'll have to talk about that, Dave. I don't know. I don't know, but ow! I'm still editing my shop. I'm in the third realm. Anyhow, Bert, are you going to be streaming later today? If you're awake, that is.
Bird.
Hey, Cap, I'm on the phone with my sister.
No problem. All right, now, what's going on, Crimson Mist? How are you this morning? And I don't know if I can't think of his name. Hey, Haster, if you're available to come up, you're more than welcome.
Gap Stargate has asked me, when are you going to have Tracy Torme on, I presume?
Yep.
For sure, Tracy will be on a week from Wednesday rather. That's when we do I Am Not a Number, and we were holding off on Christmas week and New Year's week, and so he'll definitely be on then. I'm trying to get him on to do some more slider stuff, but his internet is really shaky, and I think they need to buy a new computer. But I'm definitely trying to get him back on. I mean, you're not the only person that's asked. There are a lot of people that, are hungry for more Tracy Torme. One of the problems on my channel is that I'm too broad. I'm interested in UFOs and the paranormal. I'm also interested in science fiction, masters of the genre. So, right there you've got kind of a little bit broad, because the one audience isn't necessarily shared by the other. Very few science fiction fans and writers think anything about UFOs other than, it's a bunch of hooey, They haven't done their homework. Specifically, very famously, A, B, and C, Asimov, Bova, and Clark were just absolute, not even skeptics, almost debunkers. Great science fiction writers, but not into UFO reality. And that's what I found across the board. Thank you, Gap Stargate. And again, appreciate you modding when no one else was there. It meant a lot. It really does. And I also like the fact that Morning Brew is different every day.
Here I'm talking. I didn't even realize I was muted. I moved the thing a little bit. But yes, thank you. That's one thing I do like, is the variety. Most days Bert is on, but he doesn't always he doesn't actually, how do I say this, cause issues. He does give me somebody to bounce ideas off of and talk to while the stream's going if nobody else is on.
Very
and
important.
That's for me. I quite honestly, I know people that understand this because there are people that are very easily able to just talk, and not have an issue with having
I
somebody
have to say about that it's pretty brutal doing a live stream by oneself rather than have someone to bounce conversation off of.
I freely admit I have weaknesses, and that is one of mine.
Well, I mean, it's one for everybody.
I mean, it's one thing when I do like the call it Captain Truck's E-News. Then I can just read off the little stories, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, because I'm not actually looking at the stream, at the end I can look at the stream and go, oh, and I want to thank so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so who were here. And thank you for watching on the replay, blah, 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 that kind of stuff.
I remember once maybe twice during episodes of I Am Not a Number, our prisoner review show, my co-host resigned pretty early in the process, and then I met Rick Davey, who's a prisoner expert who happened to be in the chat, and I asked him if he'd come on the panel, and he did, and he said, my internet's not much better than Tracy's. So he had obviously been watching my channel and watching my interviews and stuff. But he's a guy that knows everything there is to know about The Prisoner. He actually did the text commentary for the 50th anniversary Blu-ray set of The Prisoner. Yeah, it's great. It's got a ton of bonus features, including an entire feature film called In My Mind, which is a feature-length documentary in which Chris Rodley, the director, recalls his 1983 efforts to interview Patrick McGoohan for a Channel 4 documentary. The film features interviews with Catherine McGoohan, rare archive footage, and never-before-seen interview sessions with McGoohan himself. The really interesting thing about In My Mind, the documentary, is it's more a documentation of how the process fell apart than an actual interview. Because, Patrick McGoohan was a guy that was, very professional, and he was the highest paid actor in the UK for years when he was doing Danger Man or Secret Agent, depending on which side of the pond you're on. And Tracy Torme is a big fan of The Prisoner, didn't know that it had been remastered, and so he kind of became a special guest on the show as well. And so when I have Rick Davey and or Tracy Torme on, it goes a lot better than if nobody shows up when I have to do it all by myself, because Tracy has stories that he'll tell about The Prisoner because he met Patrick McGoohan. They talked on the phone for 2 hours, and then Patrick McGoohan came to his office when he was working at, I think it was Paramount. Yeah. Because he was working on Star Trek The Next Generation. Patrick McGoohan came into his office and they talked for 2 hours. And between, Rick, who's literally an expert. I mean, if you look at his website, theunmutual.co.uk, it's just filled with information, new news about all things Patrick McGowan. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
If you like.
I can remember growing up listening to radio, where you have the play between the DJs,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of times I would. Well, not a lot of times. There would be times I would tune into a different station, not for the music, but for the DJs.
Yep. Yeah, they had like the whole personality thing going, and some people like this one and some people like that one. Yeah, I remember that. So there's the Unmutual website URL in the private chat. If you're into Danger Man, Secret Agent, The Prisoner, anything Patrick McGowan, please check out theunmutual.co.uk. It is bursting with all kinds of fun information, links, books, CDs. There's a Big Finish audio where they did several prisoner adventures, I guess you call them. And the actor that they have that plays number 6, his Patrick McGowan is amazing. I mean, you can tell it's not Patrick McGowan, but he sounds an awful lot like him. So, there you go.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be checking that out. Let me do it right now. Website. There we go. And
yeah, right? Are you trying to share the URL in the main chat?
let me do that right now. It sometimes.
Oh, I guess I can put it in there. I'm a wrench. Duh.
And hey, Cinnabon. Oh, God, really? Thank you, Dave. And Cinnabon, there's no hurry, but I appreciate it.
Everybody here deserves to check out that website. Gap Stargate, A Cardinal Sin. I've bought so many books and DVDs from watching your stream. Oh, cool. I hope you've also won some cool gear, because we do giveaways, like on New Year's Day evening when I interview Andy Masterson about his homemade, custom-made action figures. We'll be doing a giveaway that day. That
awesome.
Night. Yeah. I like to give away merch. I mean, I don't want to go crazy with it, but,
Yeah.
giving something away at the end of the show helps keep viewer numbers up. At least it should.
Oh yeah. It's funny. I am amazed when I see your channel growth. I know you're going to be growing a lot bigger. It won't take that long.
I'm sorry, say again?
I said I know your channel is going to be growing bigger by the day. So
yeah,
that's good to see.
It's really growing faster than I expected. I actually think that I'll get to 600 subs before Sunday, but it'll be a celebration either way.
Either way, yes.
I'll be close. Either too many or not enough. So.
Well, never too many.
In the promo that I put up on Twitter for it, I think I mentioned we're going to do a giveaway at 600 subscribers, and if we're over 600 subscribers, we're going to do one every 10 subscribers over that. And of course, I can see who joined through Stream Elements. So, like I said, it'll be merch of their choice. So, Bring a friend or even somebody you hate.
Oh.
I think giveaways are a good way to get people, kind of psyched and up for, whatever you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would agree. And when I reach a point I can, I will. Oh God.
Gap Stargate says, I just bought the Protector / the Persuaders complete series from VEI Entertainment. Yeah, I got turned on to Gap Stargate. I got turned on to Network through Rick Davey. They're the ones that did the remastering job on The Prisoner, and they've done remastering jobs on tons of stuff. Basically, out of the love of doing it, they don't really make very much money. But when Shout Factory made, I think it was 40th anniversary Blu-ray sets, I didn't know about them until they were all gone. They were sold out, and I'm like, oh, come on. So it was really cool to be able to go to the network site, which is technically, Region 2, Britain, England, the British Isles, Great Britain, England. They have a whole website full of restored films that you haven't seen since you were a kid. 4K, all kinds of great stuff. I bought a region-free Blu-ray player, and I can play anything off of their website. And also, there are a lot of A, B, and C Blu-rays, so they're kind of like region-free Blu-rays. You do have to pay shipping fee to get it from UK to the New World, but if you buy a lot of stuff at one time, it reduces the overall cost per unit, which is what I've done. Everything that's not BBC, like ITV and stuff like that. I mean, I've got Fireball X5, all the Jerry Anderson Super Marionation stuff,
Right.
Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons. I mean, all kinds of stuff. You know, I'm a big Anglophile. I've always enjoyed British TV, especially Britcoms and films. And, you know, I'm a big fan of people like Richard Burton and actors from the UK that put on such a good American accent that I had no idea that they were British. Kind of like House, except I knew Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie from when they did, you know, a bit of Fry and Laurie.
Right.
Interesting story about Hugh Laurie and House. He recorded his audition tape in his bathroom doing the American accent that he used on the show. You've seen the show, right? House?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I loved that show. I think I haven't seen the final season yet. Or maybe I haven't seen the final episode.
Didn't really care for the final season. It was almost like they
it went a little too long.
on.
Yeah, it went a little too long. But I think it's really interesting that he recorded that in his bathroom and then sent the tape off to his agent, who sent it off to whoever, and they were like, "He's perfect." And he was. He played a really good House. And then Avenue 5 didn't work out so well, did it? His show on HBO.
That I don't know about. I don't have HBO.
It's kind of funny. I mean, it's supposed to be a comedy. It's a funny show. I'd really like to see Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie get back together for another bit of Fry and Laurie. You know, maybe just one season. If they're not both incredibly busy, which I'm sure they are.
I'm sure.
Either of them would make a great Doctor, by the way. I've always wanted Stephen Fry to be the Doctor.
Right now, I'll just say it this way. From the little I've seen of the, departing Doctor, you would make a better Doctor.
Of course I would.
Bird would make a better Doctor.
I mean, under normal circumstances, you know, not all this woke stuff.
Yeah.
That reminds me, Sam Harris said, woke wankers? Something awfully close to Doomcock.
Mm-hmm.
When he was, I was listening to this conversation that he was having earlier.
Gap Stargate asks, which region-free player did you buy? He's been looking for one.
This one.
There we go.
This will probably be of more help.
LG.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
Region-free thing.
How about if I just read it off?
Good idea.
It's not cheap, though. It's an Ultra HD Blu-ray disc player, model number UBKC90. kind of difficult to say what it is exactly. Ultra HD Blu-ray disc player. It's an LG, region free, and it's also a dual voltage, so you could plug it in Europe or New Zealand or whatever.
Hey, Deej, what's up?
Hey, Deej. Yeah, I think that's all we're going to get out of that. If you go to Amazon and you check out 4D region-free, 4K region-free Blu-ray player, it's probably the first one that pops up that's an LG. It's about the best I can do. Actually, the best I can do is go find it.
Well, if you're going to say that, Deej, you might as well come on the panel and say it. And Cinnabon says, Deej, I found a bikini you can wear on your streams. Oh, dear God. Why did it scare me, Cinnabon?
Actually, I can just go to my orders and see which one it was. Browsing history, and I need buying history. Oh, there's a book about black helicopters. That looks pretty cool.
Well, Deej and Cinnabon, you can come on up here and work this out. So Cinnabon can send you the whatever.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing better than having people argue, you know, in a otherwise undisturbed stream. I'm just yanking your chain. Come on here. Get on here and, you know, say what you got to say like a man.
Thank you.
Man up.
Thank you, Gab Stargate. That means a lot. And Ken Jack Ben says, greetings and salutations from Vallejo, California. Pumpkins
Hail,
for
Ken Jack
everyone.
Ben.
I am sorry. I am sorry about that, Deej. I will make sure that the hold on. It had been pinned before, but I'll make sure I put it back in. Sometimes things happen. And Cinnabon, that sounds like a perfect thing for you to wear, I guess.
Fight it out. Fight it out.
And pin message.
2 geeks enter. 1 nerd leaves. I'm just kidding.
And
okay,
let's see. Let's get back to the
thing where I bought the thing. It's not showing.
Boobies. Boobies.
So what brings on this statement today?
Greetings, Deej.
Greetings, Cardinal Sin. Greetings, Bird of Prey 5. Greetings, Captain Trek. Greetings, Flugger. And, well, I don't know. I was just having dreams about boobies, and that's what's...
Ooh, those are the best kind.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you're not dreaming about your own boobies, who cares?
What kind of boobies were they?
I said boobies, not movies.
Oh. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Just say yes.
I was dreaming of nice, big, bouncing boobies.
Nice, big, bouncing movies.
Boobies, not movies. They were trying to smother me, and it was fun.
Actually, I do need to buy that again.
No, Mega Cropper, I've not been drinking.
You don't mind if I shop while I'm on?
I've learned my
show,
lesson.
right?
I'm not going to drink for the rest of the year.
That's funny. I'm quitting drinking at the end of the year, so I'm drinking like crazy.
So no
Well,
no
not
New
like
Year's
crazy.
Eve stream.
Say again?
No New Year's Eve stream, Deej?
No.
Ah.
At least not one with me drinking. No.
See, I would, if it involved drinking, I would increase the price to $20 a shot. Shots taken no more than 20 minutes apart.
Maybe I'll have a stream where I just let people pay me to slam my face into cake or pie
And
Is it that bad, really?
Speaking of nipples, here's Cinnabon.
Good morning.
I'm not wearing no damn bikini.
You were dreaming about boobs, dude. You obviously want a bikini.
Oh.
It's got sequins on it. It says juicy on the butt. Perfect.
No, I'm not wearing somebody else's bikini.
It's been washed.
Are you sure?
I'm walking here.
I'm walking here. Hey,
Let me do it. Boom.
man, I'll tell you something. I'm walking here. I'm Christopher Walken here.
I'm walking on sunshine. Yeah.
I'm walking on sunshine, literally. Okay,
good.
let's see. I think
Not today.
This
I just woke up,
was-
Mega Crapper. Jeez.
Okay. I have the information you seek. Oh, asker of which one did you get? I guess I'm going to ask if I can share my screen. Captain?
Yep, go for it. I have not seen anything yet, so.
Not yet. There she blows.
There we go. Okay. And add the stream.
So this is an LG ultra high definition 4K region free Blu-ray player, PAL NTSC Ultra HD USB 100 to 240 volts, worldwide use, 6-foot multi-system 4K HDMI cable, whatever. It says currently unavailable. Maybe they're not. They don't have any in stock at the moment. But there are some others here that are also good choices. So,
and you can also try searching on Camel to see if you can find any available.
Is that a website?
Mm-hmm. Camel,
Literally, camel, just like the cigarettes.
Yeah, or the animal. Yeah.
2 humps, not one.
.com?
Correct.
Turn me on something totally different all the time. Camel, a free Amazon price tracker. Oh, I see. Cool. And here's some of the different photos. Says all DVD regions. Actually, it's region free for DVDs. For Blu-rays and Ultra 4K HD Blu-rays, you have to hit either 1, 2, or 3 before you put it in the disc. That is.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll change the A, B, or C of the region code for the Blu-ray, unless they're region-free Blu-rays. And there you have it. So I forgot who asked the question, but that's what it is.
Probably.
Hail, Cinnabon. Deej, Cinnabon. What are you guys up to? What's happening?
He's trying to make me wear a bikini that says juicy on the butt.
Bikini what?
That says juicy on the butt.
That turns juicy on butt?
It says
word
juicy on its butt.
Yep.
Whatever. I can't hear very well. Oh, by the way, Captain, I like that background very much.
Yeah, that's something that's changing, so yeah.
I got a good look at it before there were very many of us. I think it was just you two. And I liked it a lot. I think it would make a cool t-shirt.
That was one of the additions that'll be coming, but right now I'm trying to edit the shop so that there's a minimal profit. For some reason, they seem to think I need to make profit.
The way I see it, like starting out like we are, barely making anything or sometimes nothing at all, is the way to go. Especially if you have the URL on the back of your shirt or your mug or your pint glass or whatever, or sweatshirt or hoodie, etc. And then after monetization, after maybe you've gotten up to 2,000 subscribers, let's say, or 2,500, whatever, then maybe start to increase the prices a little bit steadily as you go, you know, so that you can make some money off of it by the time you have, you know, like I said, 100,000 subscribers.
Well, if I have, by that point, even at a minimal level, if people were buying stuff, that would be big deal.
It would be what?
It wouldn't be that big a deal. It'd be like, okay, cool, that's nice, thank you.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it would be a revenue stream.
True.
In addition to YouTube, Patreon, etc., etc., etc. So, you guys gonna fess up to what you were talking about, or just sit here?
So what's going on today, Cinnabon? Have you decided your... Go for it.
Hold on, I'm going to fill Cardinal in. The whole fight is Cinnabon's trying to make me wear a damn bikini that says juicy on its butt. I'm not doing it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's all there is. It's really boring.
Yes, you will.
Oh, that says juicy on the butt. I see.
It better be a good price tag for me to wear it.
I think
you know it's going to happen.
A stern no is all that's required.
Maybe if there's a good price tag attached to it, but no, I'm not doing it for free.
Well, you heard him, everyone. So start super chatting Deej, and we'll get him in a bikini by the end of the week.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God. No.
Well, it might not be by the end of the week because Cinnabon would still have to send it to me.
Oh, that's right. Well, there's overnight mail, so we can get there overnight.
That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought, Cinnabon.
It's really scary because they would want me to prove that it says juicy, which means I would have to twerk on camera.
Oh, God, Deej. Thank God I haven't eaten.
You know, twerking in a onesie is one thing, but me twerking in a bikini bottom, that's something completely different, folks. Are you sure you want that torture?
No. Hell no.
No. no, 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 no.
Of course
no,
we do,
no,
DH.
no.
That's gonna be my new screensaver.
But remember, folks, it might be more interesting and more worthwhile to super chat Captain Trek to wear it.
Unfortunately, we can't.
There's an idea. I'm already heading to the post office today. We should add a little something extra to Captain's package.
Captain Trek.
Oh Lord, what? Why does that scare me, Cinnabon? Why does that scare
Captain,
me?
other than Patreon, is there a direct way to donate to you?
The Ko-Fi.
Do you have a PayPal up or anything?
The Ko-Fi link is the best one. That way.
That's the coffee link.
Coffee, yes.
See, Cardinal Sin's right on it, man. He'd rather see Captain Trek in it than me. So,
ooh, nobody wants to see that.
Oh, I'm sure there's some twisted person out there that would love it.
Yeah.
Just like there's twisted people out there that would like to see me do it. So, never say never. James Bond learned that.
God damn that! Those pillows.
Sometimes having a dual screen setup is not exactly what you want.
Oh, there would be times I'd like to have a dual screen setup, but it would just get annoying for me. So,
I think we might work on that off air. That's okay with you?
yeah. Now that one I like, Dave. Donate to Captain Trek for the bikini dance. Does that mean I have to watch it?
Hey, I bought Captain Trek a coffee.
I think he wants me to do it on your stream. Good
to
morning,
do what?
Dave.
Well, then at
bikini
least
thing?
I could put something over the screen. I don't have to actually watch it. Hell, I could even make a big screen and just be working on like my merch store. Nobody
Captain?
would care. Yes,
May I interrupt?
of course.
I'll probably forget if I don't. Where it says coffee, you might want to move that up to the top and change it to like
I had changed it to something else.
Captain Trek's tip jar or whatever, or you can donate here, something that's short and simple. And
yeah,
coffee is kind of confusing. Just a little critique and feedback.
Okay, no problem. I appreciate that.
Hello, Cardinal Sin. You were already here the first time I woke up. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'd like to apologize to Darius for watching me drunk off my ass Christmas Eve.
Oh, that happened to a lot of people on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it didn't happen as bad as me, though.
Well, life goes on.
I was doing shots for money.
How?
And some people were like
How?
buying. I had 2 bottles of booze.
How did they give you money?
They donate to my PayPal or
Okay.
my stream app, and every time a donation came in, I had to drink.
Take a shot. Yeah, that's
And
a
they
great.
were buying,
that's
but
a
they
great,
were buying 4
trick.
shots at a time.
Wow, like a Long Island iced tea. Wow. I bet you got very, very, really rather quite very drunk.
I did. But I still lasted over 5 hours.
Good for you. My last 6-hour stream had audio problems for like an hour and 15 minutes of it, which I edited out and then resubmitted. Got 90 views already. Well, earlier yesterday.
Figure out. Somebody else left something yesterday. I can't identify because I don't want to.
Did Captain Trek
47 Yorktown. That's it. 47 Yorktown. Yesterday, after I ended the string. Thank you for the $15. And let's see here.
You should check again.
And yes, I believe that is yes. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Wow, $25. Thank
you. It's absolutely worth it. And like I said, I think that you should change the coffee thing, make it more obvious, and put it up at the top. That's just me. If you like it just the way it is, then
I make new changes all the time, so it's And what time?
Yes, Kronos, you're late.
And yeah, how you been, Kronos? How was your Christmas and stuff?
Kronos? I see no Kronos.
Just one moment.
Kronos is actually Rabid Sluggies Ouch. Rabid Slug.
Oh, Rabid Slug Ouchies.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. Kronos, thank God. I whacked the 10 bots so far and need to solder some cables. Hey, weirdos.
Oh.
24 thumbs up and 20 watching.
I'm always amazed at when I look. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting into that Bird of Prey 5 math again, where there's more likes than people watching.
And don't you feel so much better right now than you did when you were thinking about maybe not even doing the stream?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I had to cancel the first stream I had, and then yeah, this one I almost did.
Bird is here, yes.
Bird is.
He's just being very careful about not saying anything because he's spending a year dead for tax reasons. It's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy joke.
That's something I've never. Go ahead.
What? You haven't watched Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Never.
The TV show?
Watch the original UK multi-version.
Actually, first, it was a radio show.
Well, yes.
Then it was a book. Then it was a TV show on BBC, which is, I think, the best version of it.
Watch the BBC version. Don't watch that damn movie they put out because that was just like garbage.
I don't know. It's got Bill Nye and Stephen Fry in it, and Stephen Fry is the voice of the book. It's not that bad.
It was okay, but they just had to cut so much out of it to make it into one.
Well, they also put in some stuff from Douglas Adams' notes that hadn't been used.
I got to get going.
The emotion gun.
Captain.
Okay, hey, Bird.
That was very clever.
Yes.
You have to get going?
I get going to start to get ready for another streaming appointment.
Yes, I know. You're going over to History with R&R.
Right. You want to put the link in?
Yes, please.
There we go.
Why are
It
we
doesn't
gonna
start for
Are we gonna
another
do a raid?
35 minutes. But I got to get over there a little early, and I got to do some stuff before I
Can never
do
be
that.
too early.
Absolutely.
So, thank you guys for having me. And
Yeah, it was
all
good
that.
talking to you, Bird.
Yes, good to see you, Cardinal. I know I didn't talk a lot, but I rarely do.
I could tell you were listening.
I was always there.
Trust me, there are
We
times
heard
he
this
does
morning.
a lot. That's
Indeed, it's good to hear you this morning.
Yeah,
So.
see, he just realized I
No,
was here. He's been sleeping. He's been sleeping.
You and
folks. Don't let him
Cinnabon.
out.
Cinnabon's been trying to get you in a juicy bikini.
Bird thinks
I
that
was
bikini
here. I
on
was
me
here
would
for
be
it all.
juicy.
Trying nothing, it will happen.
I told
yeah,
you,
and you
folks.
will. It will happen. I agree.
I told you, folks. There's always one weirdo that wants to see me in a bikini, and that's why Bird just said.
Later, Bird.
We might find one on the stream. Kapla. Kapla.
Greetings, Canadian Spider-Man. Spider-Man does whatever a spider can.
Does whatever a Canadian Spider-Man can.
Oh, and by the way, guys, I found another reason to hate UPS.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
They lost one of my packages I sent out.
Those
Uh-oh.
And Philip Gaming.
Good morning.
Hey, Philip.
Good morning. What's up?
Not much. How's it going? I see you've been streaming for hours.
Yes, I have. Actually, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I was in the middle of my sleep when you were on. It was like 4:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Yep. How's everyone
Does
doing?
anybody else notice that Captain Trek and Philip Gaming sound exactly the same?
What?
Did anybody notice that Philip Gaming and Bird of Prey 5 never appear on the same screen together?
Ah, that's
I think you're evading the issue.
That's conspiracy theory. We're not the same person.
At least, never mind. I won't say it. Well, okay. Can you sing anything to prove you're not Bird of Prey 5?
Why? Can Bird of Prey 5 not sing?
Oh, no, he can't.
Like he won't?
See what? Never gonna give you up, never let you down, never turn around and hurt you.
Yeah, that's definitely much better than Bird singing. So
correct.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna take you down.
Any doubt.
Bloody microphone. I hate being rickrolled. That was the worst thing. Like Internet 1.0. Just being rickrolled. God, I hated that. It made me so angry. Who wouldn't like me when I'm angry? Bird of Prey says, "What the fuck? Of course I can sing." Never gonna let you down. Never gonna get you out. Whatever. Now we're talking. As soon as you hear those drums, you're like, no! Rickrolled!
Never gonna say goodbye.
How about Personal Jesus? Do you know that one?
You're my personal Jesus.
As a former DJ, yes, I do know Personal Jesus.
Okay, sing it as if you were an Echo and the Bunnymen.
Ooh. Echo and Bunnymen, now their best song was People Are Strange from The Doors.
That's not true at all.
According to Canadian Spider-Man, it's Gil's birthday today. Is there any truth to that, Cardinal Sid?
I have answered that question in the chat. Rick Astley, yeah. Let's all Rickroll Cardinal Sin. Thanks, Darius.
Oh.
I'm purposely keeping it really short so Cap doesn't get in any trouble.
Is that what you said?
Yes, that's a good plan.
Well, I finally set up my Nintendo Switch. So I got all my systems set up now to play. So I got my PS5 and my Switch ready to go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I picked up a PlayStation 4 because I wanted to play Fallout 4. And even though I have it on the PC, I can't control things very well with, a keyboard. So,
all right, cool.
That up. Where's the other one?
Heard Fallout 76 was a bomb.
I heard about it, but I didn't buy it.
Yeah, I had it bought for me 2 years ago when it first came out for a Christmas present, and I had it sent right back.
Yeah.
And of course I got this.
Oh no. Why? I heard that's not fixed yet, right? Or did they patch it?
This is the Game of the Year edition. They fixed it.
And there's supposed to be a PS5 version coming out in a few months, and I might get that. Not at like $60, but maybe like at 40 or below.
Whoops.
Nice.
I think it's pretty cool. I still have to learn a different control system than I'm familiar with. I just bought a PlayStation 3, or rather got one for Christmas a few years ago from a friend of mine, because every time I came over, I was like, let's check out Fallout 3, let's check out Fallout 3. And he got so annoyed, he was just like, here, play it. He gave me a PlayStation 3 and Fallout 3, and then he turned me on to Fallout New Vegas, which is the best one that they made.
For PS3, right? I have that one.
Yeah. Strangely enough, it was made by Obsidian, the studio that put out the original Fallout, and then went on to make, I think, if I'm not mistaken, The Outer Worlds, which is another game that I have on my PC.
My favorite PS3 game would be GTA 5. But I heard they just discontinued their online services for that.
Oh, Canadian Spider-Man thought it was Captain Trek's birthday today.
Ah, no. That was yesterday. Thank you.
I will stick with Fallout 4.
Yep. Although I still really don't know how to control it. I was hoping the controls would be the same as the last two on PlayStation 3. But it wasn't. The controller is more complex, and it's got more things that you need to learn how to do, and I'm not very good at that, so I'll get there eventually.
Oh, come on. If I can do it, you can do it, Cardinal.
You'd be surprised. I'm a kinesthetic learner. I learn by being shown repetition rather than RTFM. Never been very good at that. That's the whole reason I got the console, so I didn't have to do it on the keyboard, because that was driving me nuts, you know.
Yeah, I love doing it.
You have to have like 19 fingers.
I love the PC because you can mod things a lot more and a lot easier. And
yeah, that's cool. Uh-oh, out of coffee.
Coffee? Sounds
like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone else have any trouble hearing besides
for
me?
a 50-year-old bourbon.
What, Cinnabon?
Is anyone else? Is it normal volume for you guys? Because it's really quiet on my end.
I think
normal sounds
World's
normal
being
to me.
a bit restrained.
I'm saying I can barely.
Something's wrong on your end?
All right. It's just me then. Never mind.
You can't hear?
Too many unicorn horns. Going
that's
off
a lot
at once. Stop playing with those unicorn horns, damn it.
Here's some other ones that I got.
Now I can.
Maybe you guys
whatever you just did actually worked.
got
Just
some
double
experience
ball.
with any of these? Anybody?
It's kind of reflective. What's the title? Mad Max?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that better?
I haven't played the game. Is it any good?
I don't know. I was holding it up to see if anybody heard of it or played it. This came with the PlayStation 4. It looks kind of like a girly game, but somebody gave it a 10 out of 10 for whatever it is. PS Lifestyle. And I've heard so much about Overwatch. This was the one that was available. Anybody played that?
Nope.
Or any Overwatch?
Not me. Like I'm just getting into modern gaming. I haven't bought a system until now, last 10 years.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting started.
Time to buy another system.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
I
missed the whole last gen.
Wait a minute. You just said the last time. No, I'm kidding.
No, I just got the PS5 and the Switch. Up until now, I haven't got a system in 10 years.
Does the PS5 play 4K discs?
Yep. That's what actually that's the main reason I bought it. So I can watch my 4K movies.
I bought a $60 4K UHD friendly optical drive. So I can, with the software that I have, actually copy 4K UHD discs if I can get the discs. I hear the discs are really expensive, the blanks.
Oh, the blank ones? I have.
But they'll come
no
down
idea.
eventually. Been buying a lot of UHD 4K stuff. Looks
I have
pretty
about 20 to 30 4K Blu-rays.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't even opened them yet. I gotta try that out on my new PS5. Yeah, I gotta.
This is an interesting one that I got on 4K Ultra HD.
And you guys, Kronos, Geek, and Ty.
Which Alien is that? The original?
Mm-hmm.
All right, nice. I got almost all of them on regular Blu-ray, and I think I got the last one, Covenant, on 4K.
Sorry, I can't tell which is the best. It's all backward. So here you've got your Ultra HD disc. And the Blu-ray. And most 4K discs come with the Blu-ray. So if you have a Blu-ray player, you can start picking up UHD physical media for when the internet turns off.
Yeah, that's why I bought the 4Ks.
Believe me, the internet will turn off at some point.
Maybe, but the electricity will probably be out at that time too.
Exactly.
I have the Stanley Kubrick set. So
I have some 4K sets that don't have the regular Blu-rays. Like I have the Transformer movie collection, the Michael Bay ones.
You don't need 4K for the Transformers. That's for sure.
Well, for the animated movie.
Too much lens flare.
And you've got, your Clockwork Orange.
Where's my umbrella?
Yeah, I have a challenge for modern movie makers.
The Shining.
Make a movie
Full
without
Metal
lens
Jacket.
flares.
What about it?
It seems all modern movie makers seem to think lens flares are this awesome
Yeah,
thing.
it's unfortunate.
Every movie has to have.
You know why that is?
No.
When New Tech started making a product called the Video Toaster, which allowed one to make post-production special effects on their home computer if their home computer was an Amiga. They eventually switched to PC, but that was after they'd made a
It was funny because
Amiga version without any hardware. It was just software.
Mm-hmm.
But all those shows that they did with the Video Toaster, Hercules, Xena, etc., 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 Space Above and Beyond, Babylon 5 specifically, you can see a lot of the Video Toaster effects there. I mean, they utilized the best special effects that they could get at the time. And a lot of people did groovy stuff with it. Yeah, I had a Video Toaster. I don't think they built a Video Toaster in the 80s. I think that the Video Toaster came out in 1991. But, yeah, actually, I had 2 Video Toaster 4000s. But all those shows were able to do special effects on a caliber that they wouldn't normally have been able to do. Saved them a lot of money. And those kind of shows usually had rendering farms. So they'd have a Video Toaster like the one right there. If you can see that. You see where it says Video Toaster 4000? Right there.
Yeah. Yep.
It's kind of far away, huh?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, that's the box it came in. Scrunch me down.
Just looking at what you had back there. And
you want me to bring it up to the camera?
No, it's fine.
Oh, Cinnabon says he's got to run to the
See you
post
later,
office.
Cinnabon.
Actually, I got to do that today, too. I sold something on eBay, and I got to go do that today.
Yeah. Me too.
And how long until History with R&R starts? Anyone's keeping track on it.
Oh, is that the box? What is that, like an old 90s program you got the box for?
Yep.
It should be 20 minutes.
In the 2000s, actually.
20 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
I imagine editing digital
1993.
Back in the day.
The box says copyright 1993.
Cool. The big old box. Yep.
Man.
It's the all-in-one broadcast studio in a box.
I would have loved to
Video
have had that
Toaster
back in the day.
4000.
Could have used it, but still would have loved to have had it.
Yeah, computers were horrible for video back in the 90s.
Well, that's why they used rendering farms. They had rooms full of Amiga 4000s with video toasters on them, just rendering away. But back then, yeah, there wasn't a lot of computing power.
I remember in college, I started editing digital video in like 2004. And then we used Macs for that, like Final Cut Pro. So Final Cut Pro 3 was like the first thing I started editing on.
Oh,
we used mini DV camcorders to record.
Actually, I've got 3 Mac G5s that are like the 40-pound computers in the big case.
Oh yeah,
big metal case, and those were great for graphics.
Yeah,
and
they can
sound,
do up to
and
1080p.
desktop printing, desktop publishing rather.
Yeah, you can use up to Final Cut Pro 7 on there if you do some tweaking to the computer or the program.
I also have a Mac Pro. It's 9,1, I think.
Thank you, Professor.
Shot craps on me.
And yes, go ahead. Head on over to History with R&R. That way you can watch the whole stream. I'm going to go ahead and call this a stream right now. I do want to thank everyone who's been on the panel and everyone who's been in the chat. Thank you so much. And have a great day.